Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, April the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Gonna get okay, I got a sound, and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Okay, excellent. Okay, well, what's going on? So, yeah, a little war between William and Market Messiah. MVIS. So yeah, MVIS, they did have a little bit of news this morning. It has popped up on that news. Of course, it took a big hit yesterday. This is one of those Wall Street bets stocks that absolutely soared. Actually made a new high yesterday before it really got sold off. Anyway, a little bit of news on it this morning. And we'll see if it can continue to rally here, up 11%. Looks like they do have earnings tomorrow also, after the market closes tomorrow. ADMA, FDA approval. ADMA, they have gapped up, just a small one. Big float, 120 million in the float. Kind of holding the gap. It's up, the gap was up to 240. It's at 227 right now. Look at that 200-day moving average, 231. So it's just sitting underneath it now. So it did pop above it. Now it's just sitting a little bit underneath it. So, have to keep an eye on ADMA. AKTX. AKTX. Okay, so this did gap up to 320. It's pulled back quite a bit. FDA granted fast track designation for their drug. Okay, so that is the news on that one. This is a lower float, 33 million in the float. Okay, so the one that got listed yesterday, MNMD, it's a little bit of a pop. So gotta type it in right. MNMD, Mind Medicine, a little bit of a pop here. Of course, if you don't know the story, this was an OTC stock, Canadian stock, got a NASDAQ listing yesterday. Okay, it sold off quite a bit. However, a lot of enthusiasm about this one. No, it's not a drug approval. No, I know it's not. It's a headline, FDA approval for something. That's my headline. So no, I don't want to give the impression it was a approval of their drug. Now this is interesting. This one is, I think, super interesting. GSX. So you know this one has been beaten up horribly. A lot of the short-selling newsletters have piled into this one. I don't know if they all have, but certainly one of them has. Really knocked the heck out of it. However, Goldman Sachs, of all people, have decided to upgrade them to $60. They have put a price target of 60. Now that's actually down. I don't know when they had a $70 price target, but they've downgraded it to only a $60 price target. So this is pretty interesting. GSX, and considering it's sitting at 34 right now, okay. We have Mr. Goldman joining us in the room also. Can you explain your reasoning behind that? Ribbit, RIBT. This is the one that really surprised me yesterday. Now, it says that they released earnings before the market opened. That's what we have here. I don't have anything in Interactive Brokers though as a headline like that. So, but at any rate, this is the one that actually got all the way up to $1.80. It did surprise me. It sold right off though. So it got up to $1.80, sold off to $1.18 by the end of the day. And I can't quite see that it's an earnings play, even though we have listed it as an earnings play. I don't know, what are you doing with the trade of the week, Wolfram? I can't tell you what to do with it. You know, I said yesterday that, you know, on that pop up to through 16, I'd be taking some off, but, you know, I can't tell you how to trade it. PLX as in, you know, I have to do this because people mistake my S's for X's. So PLX as in xylophone. Big gap down on an FDA rejection. So through the 200-day moving average, way down. Hopefully nobody was holding this one yesterday. No clue that this was going to happen. Trade of the week. was VLDR. Any. I'm only showing you this one because the volume is a lot of volume. It's a low float. I really don't know what it's going to do. I don't see any news on it. There's any though, 264 pulling down to 230 Canadian stock. I'm only showing you this because of the volume and the low float. Yeah, Kern is just popping in here with my, yeah, Kern is popping in here. This is, oh man, I can't, so yeah, this is a cannabis play. That's right, this is a cannabis play. Kern is a cannabis play. Yeah, so Wolfram, I mean, listen, I can't tell you how to trade it. Okay, the outline was if it broke down, I think below the 20-day SMA, that's the stop. How you are going to trade it is up to you. You know, I can't tell you how to trade it. And you had an opportunity to take some out yesterday, over 16, but you know, I cannot tell you how to trade the trades of the week. Thank you, Paul. I did. Just give me a moment here, please. I'm just trying to make an adjustment on one of my lists. All right, MVIS. Okay, I just talked about that. It's down on my list here. So MVIS, kind of holding. Again, Wall Street bet stock, but they did have some news today, something to do with LiDAR sensors. Now it's completion of long-range sensors. So they did have a little bit of news this morning. Here is a known one. Pins. Big gap down for Pinterest, guys. Big gap down for Pinterest on earnings. Okay, release earnings after hours. You can see the move area right here. That is the reaction. And so this still has some ways to go if it wants to. I mean, the next low looking left, you know, we've got the 66 and 65 area. I mean, it may bounce from here, but boy, that's a big gap down for Pinterest. I don't know. I didn't read it. Slowing user growth, it says. Plunges 11% on slowing user growth. Monthly active users in first quarter fall short of estimates, etc. I don't know if they're actual losses or... Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I'm just reading a headline. It says, are trading lower after the company FDA rejection for Proteolix. Rejection of experimental Proteolix Bio slides on FDA rejection of experimental therapy for Fabry disease. I mean, that sounds fairly, that sounds like a pretty decent rejection. I mean, I guess they can go back to the drawing board and all. Here's another one, guys. Another one just getting slammed here. Disca on earnings. DISCA. Getting slammed on earnings here, down 7.5%. Of course, this is one of the companies that got really hammered with that hedge fund fiasco. And so look at this now. I mean, this is, the lows were around 35.07, okay, right here. 34.81. If this takes out 35 today, look out. I mean, this could continue to drop. That's the DISA. So Bernie, if the screen is blurry, there's a setting within YouTube to get it to 1080p. Okay, that's the only reason. The screen should not be blurry. It's nothing to do on my end. It's on your end. Somebody was talking in the YouTube room. The screen is blurry. So there's a setting within YouTube to get it up to 1080p. And again, I can't completely know for sure. Yeah, if this is an earnings play. I mean, we have it earnings after hours yesterday. This is a TIRX. So I'm only putting it in here because it is active. And I can't really say for sure that this is an earnings play. All right, let me go and quickly check to see what sort of. I just don't have anything on it. Usually with Interactive Brokers, I'll have some kind of a headline that I'm looking at. I just don't see anything regarding earnings, even though, again, our provider says that they had earnings, but I guess here it's interesting. So this was on the 26th, it says, reports. So this is on the 26th. Anyway, bottom line is, I guess it is earnings, so, but, obviously be really careful. That was a kind of a fun one to short. I know Real got into this short here. Okay, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if it's an active list. We have a few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get some of them in. Golf. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Golf. A Cushnet. It's an upgrade. And there's the Goldman upgrade for GSX. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Again, not too many downgrades this morning. Okay, a couple of downgrades for Porch, PCH. I'm going to take a look at that chart when I get off this. And a downgrade, oh no, sorry, I thought it was Goldman, no. Okay, so a couple of downgrades for Porch, PCH. We just see a couple of, well, RBC and BMO in Canada are downgrading them. And for whatever reason. Oh, I thought I put. I'm sorry. I thought I put them in. I guess I forgot to. I thought I could have sworn I pasted it in. But just give me a moment here. Here we go. I'll just put it in now. Well, again, this is the theme. I'm getting tired of this. This is the theme right here, guys. I mean, the gap up, gap down, and we're in earnings season, and you know what? We're just not getting a lot of action pre-market. I mean, this is I like to use the term, this is putrid. Those of you who've been in the room longer, I mean, a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, either one of these windows would be full in the pre-market. Generally not both of them. Usually, having a gap up day or gap down day, but one of these windows would be full to the extent that I could not even show them all, even if I expanded the window. But there's hardly not that much happening. DB, I should have mentioned DB though. Deutsche Bank is an earnings play. The only reason I don't get too excited about it is it's got 1.8 billion in the float. So, but it is an earnings play, and it's a nice cap up Where it goes from here, I just don't know. But Deutsche Bank is an earnings play. I mean, for 1.8 billion in the float to go up 10% on earnings, that's pretty good. Now, I admit, I actually traded this one. When did I get into this one? I'm glad I got out. I was actually going to hold this one after hours, but I got out after hours. OCGN had this little move after hours. Was that? It was 4 o'clock right there. At 3:45, it had this nice move here and really caught my eye. Of course, this is a very actively followed stock, OCGN, and I took some, and I was actually going to hold this. I thought I was going to hold this. I thought maybe it would have a a continuation gap tomorrow, but I couldn't hang around. So I decided to get out as it was starting to move down. I'm pretty glad I did because it dropped $1 from where I got out. But it was a nice quick trade for me, OCGN. But I really thought that I was going to hold this going into tomorrow. Okay, so from my home page, okay, find my home page tab in the room, and then just click on my link. Okay, when you do that, then here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and these are the 4 I use in the pre-market. These are the 2 you see, and 2 off screen: the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. So it's available from my home page, okay? So Kern's float is 14.5 million, so it's a low float situation. And wow. So there's our 420 cannabis sales total over 111 million, marking the most profitable day for cannabis. Now, you read this and you think, wow, did Kern do this? And of course, they're talking cannabis sales like overall. So that's that's a somewhat misleading press release, in my opinion. Yeah, Tops, Riley, Tops. The known especially for their baseball trading cards, TOPPS, Tops, been around for a long time. Well, I don't know what a safe entry is for OCGN. I mean, I was a little surprised that it didn't hold a gap after hours. Maybe if it takes out 11.55, the pre-market high, that might get it going again. But right now, you just have to wait for the market to open and see what's going to happen with it. Now, William. Yeah, so literally it's here. All you have to do is go to my home page, okay? Go to my home page. On that tab, go to my home page and click on my link. All the scans are there, including the 2 gappers, the gap down and gap up. I saw VIC. Well, yeah, VIC. Viacom had an upgrade, I guess, this morning. Is that right? Is that part of my upgrade list? Yeah, Viacom had an upgrade this morning. Well, Is it a buy? Well, Goldman is putting a pretty aggressive price target on it. There's no doubt about that. $60 price target. Down from 70, they say, but it's still. Yeah, doing a financing, $25 million financing at $360 a share. So it's way below the financing price, MYT. All right, I am going to I was showing yesterday how you can take a conditional buyout order for MUDs. I kept it in. You would ask that. I think it's three. I just deleted it. 360 a share. 360 a share. For the MYT financing. Why is the trial starting on May 10th and not sooner? Because we have to get prepared for it. You know, we have support. We have a lot of things that we have to get prepared. We have to pick a day, so we advertise it ahead of time. That's all. So we pick a day and we start advertising it. People sign up ahead of time, and then it starts. It's really that simple. It's less than 2 weeks now, right? Or about 2 weeks from now. Well, again, with Ribbit, it's just a matter of, I mean, there's a pre-market high. I mean, it's not tremendous, but again, I just look at this high that it did yesterday at 184, and I cannot quite tell if this is an earnings play, even though we have earnings pre-market. I mean, it looks like it could be with that little pop here. I sort on different. What you saw there, Tiago, was sort of the end result. You know, I always start off with the change from the close to see the active ones. But when I'm doing my pre-market work, I'm sorting on different columns to see if there's something buried a little bit down. Maybe it's not up, 100%, but it's up 8%, and it's a low float, things like that. So I do sort on the various columns, including the volume. Well, not volume today. No, I never sort on volume today. Volume today means nothing to me. The reason being, I mean, what if I said, well, like, what's the point of seeing like a ton of volume in Facebook or Google or Amazon or whatever, unless it's abnormal. So I may see the ones that have traded the most, but if it's not trading abnormally, then I don't really care. Yes, 1 minute to the open. What day is it today? We're Wednesday today, halfway. Okay, hump day. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to wait for this market to open. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on new and then channel bar and then my watch list right here. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure that you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay? Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. And we are now open. Yes, we've got that solar IPO is today. Yes, I've got my price alert set for it, FTCI. So when it opens, we will know. Now let's see, what is the market doing right off the bat? So the Dow's down a little, SPY is up a little, NAS is down a little. To see, don't have any direction yet. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down a little bit. Well, there's a pop by GSX, guys, on that Goldman upgrade. GSX, look at that move here. GSX. Okay, again, I'm just letting things settle, trying to let things settle down a little bit. Man, I'm not getting too many alerts of, okay, there's Ribbit right here, RIBT. All right, well, it is popping on good volume coming in, good volume. 3.5 million shares right there. There's the high of yesterday, way up here at 183. All right, they're starting to give it up. AKTX hit high in the pre-market. Another little biofizzle. But ADMA not, actually. ADMA looking good. This is not a biofizzle. So it broke above, again, the 200-day moving average. So far, not a biofizzle. Okay, for those of you who like trading the little more expensive ones, how's that Pinterest doing? Wow, look at this, PINS. So it already gapped down a lot, and now the gap is continuing down. And look at the volume coming in. Look at the selling volume coming in to PINS. And again, the next low looking left is 66.82. 66.82. After that, 65.50. Well, this is a big gap down for pins. Halliburton, HAL, kind of an interesting level. I mean, it's at the high of 2 days ago. 1968 is right at that high. I guess if it can take that out, it's got a shot into this area, which is up to about 21. I'm not saying it's getting there. It's not an earnings play. I don't know why it is moving that like it is. It's a big float, 880 million in the float. But again, it's early. All right, OCGN just had a pop on volume. OCGN just had a pop on volume. Coming here, look at the volume coming in to OCGN. Mavis is still looking good, MVIS. Again, one of these Wall Street bet stocks. Got hammered yesterday finally after, you know, I mean, it was understandable. A stock that went from 10 to all the way up to almost 30, almost a triple in, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, maybe 4 days. A lot of profit taking yesterday. A little bit of news this morning, giving a bit of a move here. Yeah, I don't know about Weibo, Wolfram. I mean, there's no volume yet, so it's hard to know. It's only 20,000 shares, so I have no idea. No volume. It's hard for me to know what's going to happen to this one. Had a nice day yesterday. I guess if it can keep going, it has a shot in here, but there's no volume yet, so. Okay, this super active one, guys. Clover, CLOV, volume coming in. Didn't see this really in the pre-market. Of course, this has been a beaten up stock. Fire Eye. Look at this. So this is a wow. Fire Eye is an earnings play. You'd never know this was going to happen based on the pre-market. So release earnings after hours yesterday. A little gap up, a little gap down. Kind of settled, little action, and the pre-market looked like it was going to move higher. Market opens, crash. FEYE. This is an earnings play on the way down. Didn't really see it in the pre-market because it wasn't that active. Another one on the move here, this Ring Energy. We've seen this one before, REI. So maybe these energy play, little one. I mean, it's coming into a resistance, so probably resistance areas. Yeah, BTX is halted. The good halt or the bad halt? It looks like the good halt. Halted on the way up. So the CRTD, yes, it is moving. And what sort of resistance does it have? Looks like around 483 or so. So it's not that far away. You know, you get this area right up here. And then, of course, if it can get through that, then it probably has that 5 area. But definitely moving. See if there's any news on that. And that announces strategic investment in Untamed Photography or something like that. So there is some little bit of news on it. CLOV on the move here, guys. Breaking through 10 now, or just briefly broke through 10, 999.10 on the bid ask. Wow, look at CLOV on the move here. The only thing I can see, it says to report first quarter financials on May the 17th. I mean, big deal, okay? Yeah, I don't know, JG. I mean, it's a problem. I get it. You talking about similar? Yeah, I don't know. There are anomalies in there for sure in the similars. You know, wondering why are certain companies lumped together. It really has to be worked on. I'm not trying to dismiss it. It's just I have no explanation. Neither. I've asked the same question, not specifically for that. Look at EVRI, guys. EVRI on the move here. EVRI. And this is an all-time high now. EVRI, all-time high. Big break. Look at this break on the weekly. Again, I'm not telling anybody to buy these, okay? We're pointing these out. opportunities maybe that can set up. I mean, right now, if you bought it, you're chasing it. It's not appearing on my option scan. It must be a filter blocking it. And I think the filter is, yeah, probably the number of alerts. Because certainly the volume is good, the option volume is good. So it must be the number of alerts. I almost think I should take that out. Maybe not that big a deal. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to see what happens when we do that. Yeah, that was the reason. Wow, OCGN on the move here, guys. Definitely on the move. Yesterday's high, I think it's right at it, 1172. So it takes that out. Then the next shot, 1260, and of course then after that, 1365. So this is definitely on the move. Siri, if you can do that and you make money, go ahead. I just don't do. I just don't chase stocks. I like to see a bit better of a setup than just chasing a stock because it's moving higher. But hey, listen, if you there's nothing wrong with it if you can make money doing it. You know, the question was, what's wrong with chasing with a trailing stop? Nothing. If you can make money doing, you don't have to listen to me, of course. I'm not just talking to you with Siri, but you know, I have a style of trading. But if you have a different style, it makes money for you, hey, by all means. Siri got a downgrade, didn't it? I got a downgrade this morning. And yeah, well, it's actually an earnings play. I'm probably one of the longest subscribers to Sirius XM. One of them, anyway. I didn't even see these shorts from the AI VNE. Nice short. What was the spread like? It's not terrible, about a 13-cent spread right now. Probably, Frank. I can't remember. I really can't remember. I think it's like 2008. I can't remember anymore. I never listened to him, so Look at CLOV. Man, oh man, is this ever moving here? And I don't see any real reason. I wonder if the Wall Street Bets guys have got a hold of this. I don't see, yeah, probably the Reddit talk, yeah. Because I don't see any reason for it. The 200 EMA. Who uses the 200 EMA? Obviously you do, Dark Ghetto. I don't think it's commonly used. We don't even have an estimate for it. It hasn't been around for 200 days, so. Unless you're talking about on not the daily chart. Just trying to see. Okay, here we go. Oppenheimer initiated coverage with a price target of $6 a share for JG. So there's your news for JG. Why it's moving. I did not see that in the pre-market. I did not see that as one of the. It's called Barry's watch list. Bernie. Click on new, channel bar, and it's literally called Barry's watch list. It's not this, okay, if that's what you're talking about. My watch list channel does not have all of these scans on it. It just has these three. That's what it's designed for, just to look at the watch list. So it's one of the channels in the channel bar. I wish I'd seen this one. I wish I'd seen that Oppenheimer upgrade. I just didn't see it. Was it one of the ones that Briefing.com had? Okay, I'll shout you out. Okay, now what is the market doing? So the Dow is, so the SPY action, so that we've got a little disconnect going here. SPY is up a little, Dow is down, NAS is down a little. So a little bit of a disconnect going. It's a 1 penny spread with Interactive Brokers, Wolfram. Question was what right now anyway, as we speak. Wait a moment. So guys, what I did was, if you're using this, I took the count filter out, okay? I had a count of 30, which meant it had to make 30 new highs. That's what was blocking ADMA from coming. You must have got rid of that, Sam. That's what was blocking ADMA from showing up in my options. So this is what I'm talking about. I had a, so if you look at yours, if you're following this one, I had one of my filters was the count. I had 30. I've removed it just to see. It probably doesn't matter that much. So, oh, you lowered it to 15. Okay, that's why. Yeah, it's a very tight spread actually for OCGN. Somebody's asking about the spread for OCGN. It's a pretty tight spread. Penny, 2 pennies. So a couple of early shorts by the AI and one early long. AI's doing pretty well on the initial. I don't really like trading them so early, but can't dispute the fact. There's VNE, AVIR, and EVRI. These are two shorts, and this one, EVRI, is a long. All right, so this is a gap down and reverse, the CHPT, active stock. Meanwhile, FireEye continues to move down. It paused a bit here, continues to move down on earnings, FEYE. Yeah, it's too bad. What happens is, there's the alert at 9:36. I do have a sound alert on it, but there are so many other alerts happening early, and sometimes, one sound, you can only have one sound at a time. So if it had to pick, I didn't hear that sound alert for every, unfortunately, because that would have been one that I would saw it here, somewhere here, but I did not see that it was an AI alert also. All right, guys. So this, if you're into maybe a bounce play here, PLX is trying to bounce a little bit. The high in the pre-market was 364, so it's just underneath that. Now, Williams says it's not the headline reads it's an FDA rejection. It doesn't mean, they can't go back to the drawing boards and do something, but now here's the 200-day moving average on top. So that's far enough away on a percentage basis at 410. And there goes the CHPT. I just mentioned this as a gap down and reverse. This is coming from the gap down and reverse. FireEye continues down on earnings. Man, always amazed at some of these reactions. Initial reaction was a little pop up. Well, actually, this is after hours yesterday. Big pop up, drop, then it's going to settle down. This morning, a little pop up, and then the market opens and look out. Yeah, at IB it's a 1 cent spread, Wolfram, for OCGN. It's a very tight spread. As we speak, it can change, but I've been tracking it. It's it's usually about a penny spread. All right, so Clover, CLOV, approaching this high here, 1057. Will that stall it? And set up a potential short situation. Well, we've got two stocks going in the opposite direction. We have FireEye continuing down, FEYE on earnings, and we have CLOV moving higher. For what reason? I don't know what the reason is. Other than maybe, somebody said the Reddit crew has got a hold of it. Boy, this OCGN is a tough trader. Have to let it settle down. This is just a tough trader. Look at this. Is it just because? Yeah, you're right. It's just because. Yeah, this is obviously, I mean, it has to be, again, somebody mentioned the Wall Street guys, Wall Street bets. So there's the high, 1057. It looks like it's going to crash right through that. Yeah, Muzz is looking good. This is in the simulation. I took this yesterday at 1628, 1691 now. So this is how you can practice swing trade. I'm going to go into the simulator in a little bit of, about maybe 20 minutes. I'm going to tell you about the simulator, how you can practice trading. So this is how you can actually practice swing trading too. Oh, look at the SPY. Big move here for the SPY. An interesting here. We have the Dow's down, so old stocks down. Tech is up a little. SPY is up. There's a big green bar right there for the SPY. Well, this AVIR, guys, I mean, this is, wow, this was what, $100 stock? Just not, well, when was this? This was back in February. $100 stock in February, $27. What the heck did they do? They must have had some terrible news. And it looks like this is an IPO back here, AVIR, right back to the IPO prices. This is back in October of 2020, so October of last year. So the lows, looks like the all-time lows are around $24 or so. Just getting hammered here. Again, I don't see any news. Meanwhile, JG on that Oppenheimer upgrade to $6 is still moving higher. ADMA. All right, let's take a look at ADMA on that weekly chart. 286. So it's, you know, I don't know how much room this has. That's the issue I've got with it. I don't know. I don't think it's got that much more room it can go. There's a lot of volume coming in though. 84 million shares, 120 million in the float. This will easily trade the float today. ADMA is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, Pins is having a bounce now, guys. Pinterest is having a bounce, P-I-N-S. There's that big bottoming tail way down here at 67. It's Little bit of a bounce. You know, I guess if you're into this price 69.51, a higher price stock, 69.51 looks like that's the high in the pre-market. I guess you know what? I'm just going to stick an alert there. I typically do not trade stocks at that price, but I'm going to stick an alert here and see what happens, and see if this might be a real overreaction. In fact, there it is. It just took it. Well, it just got to that price. I may be wrong. I mean, the ADMA may do a lot better than I think it can do. I just look at that 286 area. I mean, obviously, if I can get through here, then the next area will be 370. So, I mean, all depends. The volume just keeps picking up and up and up. Well, somebody asking about the Every. Well, I mean, there are a couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. So, I mean, as we speak, this looks like it could go lower as we speak. Okay, because of these topping tails. Buyers tried to take it up both times. Sellers knocked it down. You know, if it gets down through 17, this could turn into a short. All right, Muds. Look at this in the simulator. Muds, 17.15 now. Well, that's where the prices are set. That's the only place you can set the price alerts, Scott. Right here. Well, I guess in theory you can do it within the price alerts box, but I would always do it on a chart. So yeah, you go to your chart and pick wherever you want it. Just, you know, there's the dotted line moving up and down. So if I wanted to put an alert for MUDs at 1736, right click, create the price alert. I don't have to fill in anything else if I don't want to, and save it, and there's the line. I mean, that's the simplest way to do it. And then if it gets up to this price, that blue line will turn green. And of course, it'll pop up on your price alerts box. I would always minimize the price alerts box. I would always minimize this box, because look what happens. Now I got to get rid of some of these, by the way, but look what happens if I minimize it. If MUDs hits that, it'll pop up, so I can't miss it. I can put a sound alert on. I can put a sound alert on it, so I cannot miss it. And you start the sound alerts. You have to have it, you know, new, and then price alerts. Sound alerts. Price alerts window. All right, and then that'll do it, and then you can minimize it. So you don't have to stare at it all day long. You only have to see it when a price alert happens. Pitney Bowes, haven't seen this one for a while. This had a crazy. I wonder if this is one of those. Was this one of those Reddit stocks? I can't remember anymore. Might have been PBI. I can't remember anymore. I have no target for MUDs. I mean, there's no resistance. I mean, it's an all-time high. I don't really think about targets like that. You know, I only look at targets in theory when I see resistance on top. So I think, okay, there's where it could stall. If we want to call that a target, fine. But when it's something's at an all-time high, I mean, it could go anywhere. I can't remember the reason for this move here that week. I don't know. I don't think this is the. I don't think this was a Reddit one. Well, maybe January 25th. Let me just take a look at our little favorite GME. Yeah, so that might have been a Reddit stock. It's right around the time. Has earnings on the 30th, so that's a couple of days from now. Before the market opens on Friday. Right there, Jamie. It's right in the basic new highs. Right there, PBI. So the alert happened at 10:02. At the price was 8.97. Not too far from the initial spike. So it's just one of the basic new highs. Look at the SPY, guys. That's a nice big green. Almost looks like this is stuck. Okay, there's the next. I guess I just didn't quite see it. So big SPY pop to start the day off and see if that can hold. Meanwhile, Mud's on the move here. And there, see how that popped up? See, I had a price alert set up here. See how it popped up on my screen? You cannot miss it. I love our price alerts. So simple to do. Wow. Not inevitably. It depends on the obviously on the why the financing was done, and there's all sorts of factors. I mean, I would never want to say yes. They always go back. Why the financing was done, what the sector is, the price of the stock. If it's one of these little ones that is desperate for money. I just can't say that, Bruce. You know, do they frequently? I really haven't tracked it like that. You can start, okay? You can start with some of these financings that are, and just track it yourself. Put them in a top list, and or put price alerts. You know, just do a price alert right on your chart. Put it right at the financing price, and see what happens down the road. All right, guys, I am going to just change headsets, so just give me a moment here. All right. Okay, so Jason, there are only two options with our charts. You either have them symbol linked or not. So if you right click on a chart and properties, it's either symbol linked, checked, or it's unchecked. Only two options. All right, so all of these charts are checked. These 6 charts are checked, so that's why when I click on a symbol, they all change, whereas the SPY does not. Only two options you've got. Okay? Yeah, way off topic, dichotomy. Believe it or not, the most comfortable for me all day, without any clamping, are the old AirPods. Those are the long stems. For me, most comfortable all day, for all day. They don't jam into my ear. I have the Sony, those latest Sony ones. They're excellent. The MX4s or whatever they're called, WX4s. But eventually, sometimes even them get a little of the clamping pressure. So I fluctuate. Okay, so JB, that just you can't put it on. It's automatic. Okay, it usually happens when you click on a new high and that line goes across, and it's going to give you the next new high looking left. There's nothing you can't put it on automatically. All right, so Pinterest did not continue, so this may still start to move down. PINS may start to move down again. Look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Buyers tried, the sellers keep knocking it down. This is obviously a buyout. ELP must be a buyout. I don't see any news on it, but this must be a buyout. Or so I don't. Well, otherwise I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, which may or may not be a good thing. You know, JB. I mean, I'm not all about more tickers necessarily, but you guys are talking about Shopify, and it is an absolute monster. Yeah, another earnings play. Obviously, beat. Nice little Canadian company. Very cool, cool business model for Shopify. Okay, so this every may be setting up for another leg up. I mean, it's an all-time high. I mean, well, there is the all-time high, of course, right up here. And it's just kind of basing. I thought maybe it might take out 17 and drop, but it's holding pretty well here. Just over 17. It's an okay spread, 2-cent spread, so that's not an issue. Good volume, 9 times normal, 9.7 times normal right now. The XRT. Definitely a wild one. So yesterday's high was, yeah, I remember that. Well, of course I do remember this one. Traded this one. 950 was yesterday's high. So I just want to show you how you can get out of a trade. I'm just going to flatten it. Okay, just flatten that trade. So highlight it, flatten. These are hotkeys. Almost getting time for my my spiel, the trade ideas spiel of the day. I know you guys can't wait. Yeah, I mean, this could turn into a bit of a red bar ignored situation on the daily chart. Okay, guys, if you don't know what's happening, this is what's happening. There she is, my little my little able-bodied assistant. A boy and his dog, yes. Look at MVIS. Anyway, I was getting back to this red bar ignored. This could turn into a red bar ignored on the daily chart. Let me just see. So 2 days ago, the high was 24.29. Yesterday's high was 24.33. So just a little bit above it. If today can get above yesterday's high of 24.33, it's not that far away. We might see a continuation, what we call a red bar ignored. You have a little uptrend, you have a pause, and then the trend continues. No guarantee. All right, guys, it is now 10:20. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This is what we do, share my screen, live on the mic. And if you don't know, we are having a test drive starting May the 10th. I'm going to put these links in so you can take a look. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. It'll explain what it is. It starts May the 10th, runs through May the 21st. So you'll have up to 10 trading days with our premium service, our full package, for $8.99, okay? And I say up to because if you can't take advantage of the full, like from the 10th to the 21st, let's just say you can start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days, okay? So it is not 10 days from whenever you start. Just want to make that absolutely crystal clear. So again, $8.99 for those 10 up to 10 trading days with our premium service. If you are a standard subscriber right now, you can also take part. For the $8.99, we'll upgrade you to the premium service. The premium service has given you these alerts today so far, okay? I'm going to go over that in a little bit. Now, what you're doing here is you are pre-registering. So please, when you sign up, you're not going to get data until the 10th, live data. You will have access to the program though. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes on the Friday. So I think that's May the 7th. So you'll be able to play with it for the balance of Friday, and then of course Saturday and Sunday. So I would do that. I would also look at the 20 lessons. If you're going to do this, I would look at the 20 lessons so that you can get better prepared for when it all starts. I'm going to put that link in also. Okay, so that's the test drive, and we probably only twice a year now. We used to do it 4 times a year, but probably only twice a year now. So again, if you want to try us out, great opportunity to do that. The other thing is that when you sign up, don't worry. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay? You will be offered a nice promo if you do want to take out a subscription, but don't worry. That's a common question. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Now the next thing, I'm going to go over some of the information that's on my home page. All right, on my homepage, and here's the homepage tab, okay? And there's a link right there. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So here's an opportunity. If you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And here's how much it costs. So we have 4 plans, annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the big plan, annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. That's the main reason why people want to take our premium service or take a look at it. There are other differences. If you're really into back testing, then we have a back tester that you can use to test your strategies. But the main reason people take our premium service is to have access to this, okay? Which I'm going to go over in a little bit of time here. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to take out a monthly, that's okay also. These are our rates, $118 or $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So what will happen is if you keep a monthly subscription, then this is the rate you'll pay after the first month. More information, my homepage. You can get this trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video every day. Popular section, I do believe. So this is where all my scans are, plus the layout that you see. Here's my layout. Okay, that's the layout that you see, plus a lot of other individual scans. Some of the scans that you see are here also, because I know a lot of you might have your own layout. You don't necessarily want my layout, but you might like to see some of the other scans that I've created. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Okay, so again, lot of scans that I've created that I'm sharing. And this is why I'm saying probably the best thing to do is to save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at my scans later on. You can also take a look at all the education that we have here. I already popped in the 20 lessons. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. What is the top list? Building one, alert windows, creating one, all the way down to here, the introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here. I think it's very simple to go through. It will not take you 20 days. daily support sessions. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room also. So I monitor that at the same time as the main trading room. I do take a break around noon. And so one of the other traders takes over. And today it is Michael Noss. So if you're really into using Brokerage Plus, which I'll get into in a little bit, and maybe auto trading or creating backtesting strategies, things like that, today's the day. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, way more of an expert doing all that than I am. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. So we have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. You don't have to attend live. If you sign up, you'll be emailed the recording of them, okay? Today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I help out on. This is the one with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos are here. And then another great little series, Back to Basics, again put on by Michael Noss. Very short videos. So if you're brand new to trading, never traded in your life, this is for you. Starting off with what is a stock, okay? So great little series that he created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Give me a moment here. Okay, so again, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you're wondering what is Trade Ideas, well, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market. We do scan the Canadian markets, but predominantly the US markets. I mean, we scan the Canadian markets, but there are some caveats. So if you're a Canadian trader, like I am, but I only trade the US markets, but we do scan the Canadian market. So if you're interested, I can show you, I can explain what the caveats are. So we're a scanner, and so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? You can use our product. So we're not broker dependent at all. It gets a little confusing when I talk about Brokerage Plus, but we are a broker, you know, you can use any broker you want in the world with Trade Ideas. And the other thing is, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you're not used to what even scanning is, this is a one I put together. I just call it Basic New Highs and Lows. Very simple to do. But this is an example of a scanner. Okay, so this is what I like to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. Don't tell me about Facebook, you know, that has, you know, 1.5 billion in the float and is trading, you know, and it's trading 100 million shares, but that's what it typically does. Okay. Now if Facebook starts to trade abnormally, you know, 2 or 3 times normal, fine. So I'm only looking I'm only looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So these are the filters in place in this particular scan. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these symbols here. Those are real-time alerts. Now, as a company, we do not force you to have to learn a programming language. We put together what we feel is a long list of alerts. When you see icons that look like this, these are all the different alerts that we have. And then if I scroll down a little bit more, the icons that look like this, these are the filters. So we feel that we put together enough alerts or created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them in order to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, at the beginning, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. I said, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. You know, all I have to do is click on my homepage link, and again, this is what you'll see. and one of the sections, the scans. We also have a lot of scans in our channel bar. If you click from the toolbar, if you click on New Channel Bar, these are all themed channels, okay? All themed channels, and these are all layouts with scans in them. So you can take a look at these also. Okay, so at the very beginning, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. Now, talking a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. This is what I would do. I wouldn't worry about, a lot of people get all hung up on, well, what's Holy Grail, what's Holy Neo, what's Holy 2.0, what are the different strategies, etc., etc. I would make it so simple. This is all I would do. From the toolbar, I click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is it, okay? You can take this window and then incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. But you just wait for the alerts to happen. That's all you do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a potential entry. You have a stop. How you're going to manage those trades, it's up to you, okay? But that is, to me, the simplest way without worrying about, well, what does Holly Neo mean? Or what does Holly 2.0 mean? Or what does Holly Grail mean? And what are these strategies that they're coming from? Who cares? Okay? Just follow the alerts as they come in. Sometimes, you'll get an entry and maybe you don't like it at that time. Maybe it dips down below and comes right back to the price. So it gives you an opportunity to get in. Or maybe, maybe it does rip higher from the price and then pulls back. Gives you another opportunity to get in. Use it as a watch list. Does Galt show an RBI on the daily chart? It absolutely does, yes. Yeah, that red candle totally engulfed by the previous green candle. So yes, it does. All right, now I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. So please listen carefully because people can get very confused with this. This is an option. It's a feature that we have. You don't have to use it. Okay, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade using Trade Ideas. Okay, it's something that we have if you want to use it. This window here. This window right here, it's from the toolbar. If you click from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Right there, okay? The Strategy Trades window. Not this top one, but this one right here. Okay? I mean, you can access the AI from our channel bar. You can access it, New Channel Bar. And this Omni channel has all three of these, the Holy Grail, Neo, AI. The problem is, are you using our web-based version? Is it Paolo? Are you using our web-based version? You're using the app? Man, then you must be on a very old version of Trade Ideas. This has been around for a long time. If you click on New, AI, and you should see this, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? If you click on Help and About, what do you see? Click on Help and About, what version do you have? Oh, version 3, haha. Bobby's kidding. Version 3 is about 10 years old. When you say you don't have this menu, you have this toolbar though, right? You have the toolbar that says File, New, etc. That should be good enough. So you're telling me, you're telling me that when you click on New, and you scroll down, you do not see AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. that I'm showing you. Well, okay. The only thing I don't know how old that 1.82. That is still pretty old. Then what I would do is I would go to my home page, and don't worry, all your work is saved. Go to my home page, all right, and click on the link. Click on my home page link. When you do, scroll to the top here, where it says download software. Click on the download software, and here's no. You do have the latest production version. That is 4.2.182. I have no explanation then why you don't. I'm not doubting you, but it's almost impossible. New. Maybe you're not seeing this. I mean, new AI/Holly strategy trades window, not this one, but the trades window. Can somebody else do it for me too? Just if you don't mind, going to the toolbar, click on new, and I want to make sure that everybody sees the AI/Holly strategy trades window. That everybody sees that with version 4.2.182. Yeah, so okay, so they all have it, Paul. But he says he's on 4.2.182, which is the latest production version. It seems impossible. The only thing I can suggest is, yeah, do a not necessarily a reinstall, but just reload. I mean, it's almost impossible you won't have it. I don't know how you're going to figure it out though. Maybe just reload trade ideas. I don't know how you're going to figure it out. If you're 100% sure that you're clicking on new, and if you're not getting a menu that okay, do you get a menu that looks something like this? You're not going to get all of this. This is I'm in a development version. Okay, you're not going to get all this down here, but you should get when you click on new, you should see alert window, top list window, all of these things, channel bar. Do you see that at least? Yes, no? So you don't see, so is the last thing you see channel bar and you don't have anything underneath that? That's the last thing you see is channel bar? Wow. And you have premium service. The security lady, and what version of Trade Ideas are you on? The 4.2.182? Yeah, I have no explanation why you wouldn't see. I mean, you won't get all this. I mean, you probably get down to at least premium RBI and GBI. Sorry, I don't know how to help you. You have to, yeah, contact customer service. You have a green ball. Not that it should matter. I mean, you're definitely connected. Where's the dreamer? He knows this. He knows all this stuff. There's any reason why I can't figure that out. All right, I will have to keep going, guys, talking about Brokerage Plus, okay? So Brokerage Plus, it's a feature that we have. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your E-Trade account or your Interactive Brokers account. Now, with E-Trade, you do have to go to my homepage. You'll have to download the latest beta, okay? So when you click on my homepage and click on the download software, in order to use E-Trade, you have to download the latest beta. If you do, you don't have to, again, this is just something, you don't have to. You know, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you don't have to use this to trade, okay? This is just something that we have for you if you want to do it. And the video, I just popped in this Brokerage Plus video. It shows you exactly how, and the other thing is that this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So you'll notice there's an option called Brokerage Plus, and underneath it says Live and Simulation. So I'm talking about the live right now, and it shows you how you can connect to your IB account or to your E-Trade account, so then you could trade using this window. Again, you don't have to, but you can do some interesting things. So let's just say I click on an alert, ADMA. You'll see the symbol shows up here. I can do this manually if I want. I can pick how many shares I want to trade, get in at. I can pick the price, I can click on buy, and of course that'll buy the stock, or I sell, that'll short the stock. If you want to get into a little more automation, you can also set up these buying and shorting options. Wow, look at CLOV. You can also set up these buying and shorting options, and how you do this is you have to watch that video, okay? The second part, there are two videos now. The first part goes a little more in detail about how to connect, and then the second part talks about creating strategies, loading them, etc. And so this is what we call one-click trading. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty close. So again, not mandatory. If you want to do it, great. So, and why I keep saying that is because I know some people listen to me and they say, well, I have a TradeStation account, or I'm using TDA, or I'm using some other broker. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? Because it sounds like I have to use this window to trade using Trade Ideas. No. Okay? No, Tiago, no. Only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. The question was, can I use Brokerage Plus with Trade Zero? Didn't meet the filter requirements, Bernie. For the strategies that made the cut. Okay, from the AI, that's what I don't really go into it anymore. But I mean, here are the strategies that made the cut today. Out of the about 70 that we have. What happens is when the market closes tonight, the AI runs the optimization routine on the 70 strategies, and these are the ones that made the cut today. So, even though Clove, obviously it's an active stock, but these strategies did not produce Clove. It's that simple. It could have been that another strategy would have, but it didn't make the cut. That strategy did not make the cut today, as an example, okay? All right, now let's talk about the simulator, because this, I think, is equally as important. Even if you're an experienced trader, you might want to practice, you might have a strategy that you want to practice, in paper trade mode. The simulator is paper trading, okay? And please listen to this very carefully. Doesn't matter who you're using as a broker. It's using our real-time data, okay? And it's all real-time, but it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And the standard is this simulator. You just click on sim and now you're in simulation mode. And it's all part of the standard service. Very simple to use. See, I click on an alert, ETWO. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I, again, exactly what I just described, really, if you're connected to a live account. Everything I'm describing is the same as if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account. Yeah, you can have it trade for you, but we don't recommend it, Bernie. Okay, the question is, can I have Holly trade for you? We don't recommend it. We recommend managing the trades on your own. Okay, and a lot of people, I mean, today would have been okay, but a lot of days it is not. So the ideal situation is especially managing the exits. So I'd love to be able to say, yeah, just turn it on every day, turn the strategies on every day, and let it auto trade for you. Cannot recommend that at all. All right, now how I like to demonstrate this first is, say I wanted to take this ETWO, okay, but I don't want to take it right now. I like to take it on a pullback. Let's say it pulled back to this 1050 level. You know, it looks like there's a lot of support right here. Maybe if it pulls back here, it might hold and then bounce. Just as an example, okay? So let's do it. Let's take 300 shares, and I'm going to put 1058. It's all in the simulator. I'm going to put 1058 in both these boxes here. And I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a big blue line appears on the chart. A big blue line will appear on the chart. One more time, a big blue line will appear on the chart. Maybe I didn't click it hard enough. All right, it appears I am in simulation mode. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, even forgot I've got. Okay, now I'm in simulation mode. Okay, now the big blue line will appear on the chart. There we go. Okay. All right, so you see the big blue line appearing on the chart. So if ETWO gets down to 1058, it'll take the trade. That blue, dark blue line will turn into a faded blue line. All right, so this is an example of how you can take a trade on a pullback. Now, at this point, you know, I'm watching the market do this, start to move down. If it kept moving down, I don't have to, of course, keep this in. I don't have to keep the order in if I don't want to. If I start to see, you know, I don't really like the way it's trading, I can just go to the orders and I can right click on it and cancel the order. I'll keep it in just to see if it gets filled, okay? Yeah, Jason, in that particular one, yes, but it requires a custom formula. Okay, Jason, if you know how to create a custom formula, what I'm going to do, if you are interested, have you ever created a custom formula before, Jason? The question is, okay. It's going to be hard for me to give this to you. Can you come into the main trading room? I'll give you the link for it because I can't, otherwise you have to take a screenshot. I can't post the link in YouTube. You're okay, so if you can come in there, then I can show you. I can give you a link that shows you how, number one, how to create a custom formula. I'm sorry, you have the link to get into the room? Okay, so can you come into the room then? And then I can give you the script to create the custom formula, how to do it, and then I can give you the two formulas to use. Oh, okay, great. Okay, so can you go to tech support? I want to put it there. I don't want to jam. Can you find the tech support tab? Okay, and I'm just going to put it here. Oops, sorry, I forgot to copy it. Just a second. Okay. So to create a custom formula, click the link and follow these instructions. And then your two formulas are going to be and V and just give me a moment here. I got to make sure of that. Yeah, so you see, this is a link I can also give to you. It shows you how to, all the data points that we have. Okay, and this is what you'll see. It's a little hard to read. I don't know why this is showing up, but see, this says V up 1, V up 2, V up 5. This is the volume in the last 5 minutes. So now you can create a formula. You know, you want 50% of the volume. You have to create a formula. You know, I'm not going to do it for you. But these are the data points to use, okay? And if you follow the instructions about how to create a custom formula, you should be good to go. Okay, so Jason, can you get to the, just go to the tech support tab? Okay, great, good. Just don't want to I didn't want to jam up the other room with that, or the other tab with that. All right, let me just keep going on my little spiel here. So did it take the trade? Not yet, okay. Okay, so just a little bit of a talk about money management and placing stops and all. If you're new to trading, you should realize, or hopefully you realize, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of a trade when it doesn't work. Okay, you can't go into every trade thinking, well, it's got to work. Even if it starts moving down, 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 like how much of a loss are you willing to take on a trade? They're not all going to work. So very, very important, the concept of placing a stop. And the stop is the price you're going to get out at if the trade isn't working for you. And you just move on. Okay, so that's the first concept, placing a stop. Where to place a stop, that's why you've got to practice trading. Because placing a stop, you know, it's not a complete science, but it's, you know, sometimes like what I like to do, I like to look at a chart. You know, for instance, this right there. If I were in this trade right now, ETWO, I could look at this on the 2-minute chart and say, well, you know what, there's a lot of action right here. Looks like this price is holding right there, such that if it went down through that price right here, I should be out of the trade. You know, I should get stopped out of the trade and move on. Don't worry about it, just move on. So, you know, because that's the common question. Well, you know, I'm so new, how am I going to know where to place a stop? Well, that's why you've got to practice trading. No replays of that, no, Jamie. No, we don't replay the, you know, it's 7 hours worth of videos or of the webinar. So no, there are no replays. So that's the first concept, placing a stop, knowing where you're going to get out of a trade, okay? The next concept though is this. Okay, great. If you start to get the idea that, okay, I get it, I should have a stop. Now, how many shares are you going to take every trade? Now, you know, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares, some fixed number. The number of shares you take, for me anyway, this is my advice, it should be based on how much, okay, if I get stopped out, how much really was I prepared to lose on the trade in terms of dollars? You know, you don't want to start risking $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. So this is what you do. I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to get rid of that trade, okay? I'm going to get rid of that order. 58. Okay, so this is going to be close enough. 76, I'm going to take the trade. I'm going to take 500 shares of it. I'm going to go in at the market because the spread is okay. It's only a penny. So I'll be buying that. It should be bought at, here, let's get market. And it should take me right at 1076. I'm going to put a stop at 1056, which wouldn't be the worst thing. I mean, it's right around here, okay? And I'm doing this just to make, again, I always say it like this, just to make the math easy so you can understand what I'm doing. So when I add the stop now, again, you will know your stop before you get into the trade. Okay, you will know that price, okay? Notice what happened here. That red line appears right on the chart, and look what it says, $100. So if I let this trade get down to, you know, if it starts working against me, moving down, 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 and I let it take me out at 1056, I'll lose $100. How do we see that 100? So again, let's just say your account size dictates that, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. So how did we come up with that? Well, if you take 1076, oh, look at MUDs. If you take 1076 minus 1056, that's 20 cents. So if I take the difference between my entry and my stop is 20 cents, I divide that into the $100 that I'm willing to risk, and that gives me 500 shares. You know, the other way around, 500 shares times 20 cents. If I lose 20 cents equals $100. Meanwhile, MUDs is, yeah, I mean, I got out of it just to show you how you can get out of a trade. You know, obviously I would have kept this. Well, in the simulator, I just wanted to show you how you can use these hotkeys. MUDs is just, well, it is severe rippage. There, just for you, Sam. Severe rippage, especially on the weekly chart. Look at this. Okay, so that's the concept of placing a stop. Now the next concept is obeying your stop, because that's the hardest part. When you're in the simulator, it's pretty easy to obey it. You know, it's not real money. Though what I would do is, you know, I would try to treat it like it's your real money. If you want to do this seriously, you know, you want to stick around trading for a while, you know, take this seriously. Don't just say, oh, I'll take 1,000 shares of this and 500 shares of this, and you know, just you know, play around it. You know, treat it seriously. We give you $100,000, you know, to practice with, but if you have a $5,000 account, you know, don't use $100,000. So, in the simulator, it's pretty easy to allow yourself to get stopped out. Trade doesn't work. Oh well, didn't work. You allow yourself to get stopped out. It's not real money anyway, is it? Let's just say you've practiced for a while, be it 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, how long it takes for you to get confidence about trying to trade your real account. You take your first trade. You've done all the things. You kind of figure out where a stop should be. You kind of figure out, you know the difference. Take the difference between your entry, your stop, divide that into, say, the $100, if that's what you're willing to risk. You come up with your share size, and everything's great. Your very first trade. And all of a sudden, it starts working against you. You can't believe it. It's a great setup. Great news today. You know, all these things. And so all of a sudden, the self-doubt starts to take place. Well, maybe my stop was too tight. So you start moving that line down. Remember, now it's your real account. Start moving it down. So instead of that $100, now it's $135 as the price approaches. And you still won't obey it as it keeps approaching that price. That little devil on your shoulder is saying, forget your stop. You know what? It's going to come back. They always do. The angel is saying, obey your stop. Obey your stop. You've already reduced it. You're losing now. If you get taken out, you're losing more than what you wanted. On and on and on and on. You know, the inner conflict. And eventually, you know, maybe now you're down $500 and eventually you throw up your hands and you sell it, and you can't believe that you were so stupid by not obeying your initial stop. So how to do that? Again, leave your stop in. Takes all the emotion out of trading. Okay, just leave the stop in. I didn't put it quite at the price. And that takes all the emotion out of trading. It is so important to obey your stop. Otherwise, yes, the worst thing that can possibly happen is you get into that first trade and it starts coming down to your stop price and you start reducing your stop because, again, you can't believe it's not going to work. You keep reducing it, and then it bounces on you. And then it starts to work. And you think to yourself, phew, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Almost the worst thing that can happen. It's on everybody's shoulders, Jamie. Everybody has that, the angel and the devil, and it's always that conflict. I don't do it anymore. I mean, I have a stop and I'm out. I really am. I mean, I truly, truly obey my stop. Where do you see the spread? Your broker will have your spread, okay? I mean, this is from Interactive Brokers, but, there's the spread right there, for this stock. It's not the symbol, ETWO. There's the spread, 1093, 1095. So your broker has the spread. That's just from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Jamie in the YouTube room is saying not letting your winners run is the other one that's really hard. It's hard, I mean, trading is hard. You get a nice profit, and you just don't want to lose that profit, so you start bailing too quickly as it keeps moving higher. I mean, the MUDs. I was just showing. I have to demonstrate things here, so I wanted to demonstrate that these are hotkeys. So how you get out of a trade, you can flatten the trade. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I can flatten the trade, or I can get out of half the trade or double the trade. But it's hard, yeah. I mean, trying to keeping in a real trending, even though everything is telling well it's still trending well. But when you start to see profit, the instinct is to take profit, and there's nothing wrong with taking some profit, but try to keep some in. And let it run for you a little bit more. Now the other thing here is with here's an example, okay? So this is how I like to, let me get that stop just back up to that 100. Okay, not that it really matters, but I probably won't be able to do it. No, that's close enough, okay? So This stop for me is my absolute stop. What I mean by that is I absolutely do not want to let the price get below this, okay? But if I don't like the way a stock is trading, I don't have to wait to get stopped out at my absolute stop. If I don't like the way it's trading, let's say the market just takes a big turn and it starts affecting the stock, or I just don't like the way it's trading anymore. It looks like it's run out of steam. I mean, you know, a bunch of stuff happens. I can always get out earlier, okay? And so I don't have to, but this is the absolute amount that I want to lose. Again, this isn't a simulator, but I can always get out earlier if I want to get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Well, it's within E-Trade, Bernie. I can't tell you within E-Trade where you find the spread. You don't find it on Trade Ideas. It's nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? The spread you have, I mean, E-Trade has something. This is time and sales and Interactive Brokers. I mean, E-Trade will have the spread somewhere. I can't tell you where, you know, but it's the bid and the ask. I mean, it'll have it somewhere. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So yes, so Sylvia, you can. I mean, we link with other we link with other brokers, just not using Brokers Plus. But linking is just this. It's a time saver. So we do link with Thinkorswim. We do link with Thinkorswim. Linking meaning this: when I click on an alert, it'll load into your platform, and then from there you trade it. Nothing to do with Brokers Plus, okay? And so, you know, with your platform, of course, within your platform, I'm sure it's like most platforms, you probably have a color coded so that your order entry gets color coded the same as your charts, so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your TOS charts too. Okay? And we have an external linking tool. You click on Tools, External Linking, and there's a little bit of a trick with the TOS. You're in this room, so I can put the script in, linking with TOS. If you go to the tech support, so if you click on the tech support tab, okay, I'm going to put the script in, or how you link with your Thinkorswim linking, okay? Yeah, again, not using Brokers Plus, but yeah, we link with many platforms so that it's just a time saver. That's all it really is. It's just a time saver. All right, 11:10. So I think I can get back to kind of looking at what the market's doing now. Okay, so a mixed bag here. This is from my option scanner. ADMA, 252. There was the alert at 252. It got up to 263. I would not call that a winner. MUDS, 1718 though, and we got up to 1790. That's definitely a winner. ETWO, it's kind of a work in progress. 1072. It got up to 1093. So these are the three from. This is looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. Okay. Okay, Jason, I'm going to give you a video. It's two parts. The first video is showing how to link E-Trade, and then the next video is showing you how. Just a minute, please. The next video shows you how you can create strategies within, if you want to link them, okay? So Jason, just take a look at that. You also have to have our beta, okay? If you're not using our beta, then you have to download the latest beta. And again, if you go to our homepage, or my homepage, go to my homepage, click on my link, and then download software, and then keep scrolling until you see the beta. So if you want to use E-Trade with Brokerage Plus, then you have to be using the latest beta. Yeah, the VWAP one is the VWAP, yeah. Are you talking about Sylvia? So your question was external linking to what, the TOS? Okay. Well, right above it. Okay. Can you just scroll up a little bit? You asked the question right here. So I popped it in here. TOS linking. These are the steps. Okay. So can you not see just above? Just scroll up. It's not a link. It's instructions. Okay. You can see my screen, right? See what I'm doing? Starts off with TOS linking. These are the steps. Okay, good. All right, guys. So yeah, look at GSX. I mean, this is it is so interesting. I mean, Goldman putting a pretty lofty $60 price target on this one after some short sellers really nailed this. Oh, thank you, Jamie. I do appreciate that. Okay, well, Pinterest is continuing down. A long time ago, earlier today, I looked at this thinking maybe, just maybe, it might pop up. You know, had this area that looked like it was trying to get out of, and no, not at all. So, I mean, the next lows, I mean, this could be really interesting even tomorrow. Next low is 65.50, I think. No, I'm wrong. So 66.82 is the next low looking left for PINS. Just getting hammered on earnings. Now, somebody asked earlier, I mean, did they lose money, make money? It's not so much, you know, it's all expectations. So it looks like what they're saying is slower user growth. Okay, so I mean, it's not that they're maybe losing money, but it's a slower user growth. So it's all about expectations. I mean, you can have had like some people I know they can drive themselves nuts because they look at an earnings release and it says revenues were up, earnings were up, everything was up, okay, and they don't read further but unfortunately we're guiding, in the next quarter for maybe a bit of a downturn, maybe not quite as robust. It's all about what's going to happen in the future. I mean, it's great that you had a great last quarter. That's the past. What are you going to do for me in the future? And so it's so important to look at what the guidance is. Because conversely, a company can have kind of a bad report, but guess what? Next quarter, we've got all these orders on backlog, and we anticipate we're going to have a great next quarter. So you could have a poor last quarter that you're reporting about, but if you guide that the next quarter is going to be really good, that can cause the stock to go up. Doug, that's $1 million question. Okay, I mean, this is one way you can try to do things like that. I mean, it's something that I'm not saying I was taught this, but I read about this years ago, and I discussed it a little bit yesterday. Because the question is, how do you condition yourself to stay in a trade and take it as far as you can rather than taking profit at the first little pullback, okay? It's hard because, I mean, you see a profit in something and, it's hard not to take some profit because you're looking at, you don't want to see it turn into a loss. So Real's not in the room right now, but I know what a lot of people will do is, they have an 8 EMA on, say, maybe a 5-minute chart, so that as long as the stock is still above the 8 AMA, if it touches it, maybe you take some out, assuming you're in a profitable position. That's one way of doing it. This is another concept that this is what, again, I don't want to say I was taught, but it's something to consider. So let's just say I'm in the ETWO trade, okay? At this point also, I don't like the way it's trading. I'm going to flatten. I'm going to get out of the trade. I'm just going to, okay? I don't like the way it's trading. Remember, it's just starting to move down. It's starting to approach my stop. I don't want to see it hit my stop. I just don't like the way it's trading. But let's do something else. Let's take, see if I can find something that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, let's do real. Okay, this is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, I'm just going to take 300 shares. I'm not worrying so much about the stops and all that right now. This is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, so when you get into a trade, the theory is this: is that if my stop for real is say 12 cents away, right down here. What am I in at? 56. Let's make it 36, 20 cents away. I just want to, again, make the math easy. So my stop is down at 20.36. Again, I haven't taken the right number of shares necessarily, but again, this is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, so there's the stop, okay? 20 cents away. When you get into a trade, you have to have an expectation, in my opinion anyway, of making at least a 1 for 2 on the risk reward. So if I'm risking 20 cents on the trade, my expectation has to be that I can make at least 40 cents on the trade. Some will say 60, 1 for 3. Okay? So what I can start to do, and your expectation then has to be based on, okay, if I get into a trade, wow, PBI, by the way, I know I'm going over the place here, guys, but So again, your expectation then, and this is why you'll always hear me talking about looking left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, because typically most of the stuff I do already at an intraday high. So then I'm looking at the higher time frames. Okay, where could a stock go to? So for instance, if I get into a trade and I have a 20 cent, I wouldn't do this, but if I said, well, I should take this trade, I have a 20 cent stop, and I look above and there's a whole bunch of resistance just 5 cents away, I would never take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Okay? So that's why I'm looking left to see, okay, where could a stock go before it's going to encounter some resistance? So in this case, I have a 20 cent stop. So what I could start to do, I'm in at what was the price? 56? So 40 cents would be up at 96 cents. Just try to get a line, get it as close as I can. It's not quite there, but so I mark up. There's a horizontal line. There's my 2 to 1, okay? So the stock approaches, and it starts, I could put another one at the 3 to 1. In other words, 60 cents above the price. Let's just pretend it's here. Okay, I just want to show these lines. Let's just pretend it's here. So, okay, the stock, and yay, I get a 2 to 1, and it starts moving into this area between the 3 to 1, the 2 to 1, and the 3 to 1. And then it pulls back and touches it. Maybe I take some out. Okay, maybe I take some out. I don't take it all out. Now, if it starts to move all the way back down to where, I got in, well, maybe I start taking some out on the way down too. I don't like the way it's trading. But at least if I've taken some out at that first 2 to 1, and even if I let it go back down to where I bought it, at least I've made some money. Or what happens is it bounces off that 2 to 1 and it starts moving up. So I'm still in the trade. It goes through to the 3 to 1. And maybe I have a 4 to 1 line up here and a 5 to 1 and a 6 to 1. See what I'm saying? So you can try something like that. That's pretty visual. Just put the lines on your chart. And that can help you maybe keep in the trade a little bit longer. Okay, pressure. Well, this video should explain it. So here's the video. And pressure, if you can hang around for another half an hour or so, because Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, all right? And he's definitely our expert on using Brokerage Plus with E-Trade, because he had an E-Trade account that he was testing it with, and of course IB. But he's definitely way more than I am in terms of using Brokerage Plus, okay? And say your E-Trade account. So if you can hang around, you'll be in that YouTube room between 12 and 1. If you have even more questions. And that's for everybody. Everybody who has questions about this. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I leave. That'll be about half an hour from now. Now the other thing here is, Doug and anybody else, this is why I like to have the close P&L and the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me, okay, now it's a little confusing because it says max P&L was 8.8. That's because I held this trade overnight, okay, and so it's also showing that. But let's just pretend that this was a trade I originated today, okay. At one point I was up $607 in the trade, okay. When I closed it out, I made $385. I'm sorry, that is wrong. It's because of the max P&L from yesterday. Let's do this one, ETWO. Okay, I got out of the trade. At one point, I was up $85 in the trade. I made $5 when I exited. Okay, I mean, again, I was just using this as an example. Let's just say though that max P&L had it been like $400 or something, and when I exited, I was only up $10 or $50, or even worse, I lost money. Of course, you would not want to be a trader like that, would you? Okay, so this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. The max P&L is telling you, okay, while I was still in the trade, what's the most I could have made? Right to the absolute penny. So you can see right up there, that was the high, 1094. If I had been able to get out at 1094 right to the penny, I would have made, big $85, okay? The distance from the exit price is cool though also, because now this is telling me, okay, from where you exited, where's the price? So what you'd love to see is a big negative number if you went long a stock, because that means that it's way underneath where you exited, which is good, right? This one, you wouldn't want to see a big positive number, and this is going to show you how good are your exits. A big positive number means you exited, maybe way too soon. So I like to see these columns, and if you don't have these columns, really simple to add. Just click on the column header and columns, and then it's all in alphabetical order. So you can add those columns. Gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. All right, I hope I've answered all the questions. If I haven't answered your question, then maybe just repost it. All right, guys. So PBI showed up on the option scanner just right now, 969. Well, look, if it really gets going, I mean, 997 is the high, looking left. But if it can break through that, look out for PBI. I'm looking right here. Now, guys, you'll notice in this room, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. Okay? If you have my scans, you have to make up your own mind if it meets your, your trading plan, etc. If I get it, well, there are some trades I'm in right now. I'm not, just don't talk about them, but it's up to you really to figure out, okay, I mean, does PBI, as a PBI, 969, does it meet your trading plan? Do you think it can break through, that high right there of 10? I don't know for sure, Can anybody verify that PBI is actually one of these WSB stocks? I don't, because I don't see any I don't see any reason for it moving the way it is. It is, Ori, thank you. That's what I thought. All right, guys, I'm just kind of So a pretty big pullback for MUDs, 1785 all the way down to 16, down to 17. You know, it's funny, I'm starting to see that sort of information in Interactive Brokers quite a bit in their headlines. Exactly what you posted, basically. All right, guys, this is another leg down in for the AI for VNE. So if you are short this one in the AI, you know, probably like maybe coming into a support area right down there around 23. What a big red candle though, and that's an earnings play. You see right there, 29.70, 2039, 27 may stall it, but there's a nice 7.8% gain. Yeah, the AI has had a great day. Now, this is what I have noticed when we get into earnings season, especially some of the ones. I mean, VNE. I mean, I've heard of it before, but it's not certainly not, you know, a stock that is widely known. What I have found is that Holly Neal seems to pick off some of these more obscure earnings plays, either on the upside or the downside. That's where Holly Neal seemed to shine the most. Boy, this one, I mean, it's almost at the all-time low, AVIR, almost at the all-time low. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Okay, so again, another Wall Street bet stock, CLOV, really interesting level now. Look at that. I'm sorry, that high has been, that's been blasted through. So that high of, yeah, I thought it was higher, 1057, so that is blasted through that high. And PBI, so Clove and PBI are the two stocks today from the Wall Street bets guys. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look it up. WSB, Reddit. Oh, I see, Doug. So you're in this, yeah. Actually, this is a nice looking chart now, isn't it, for NOV, energy play, earnings, post market, rates earnings after hours. Not a huge reaction after hours. In fact, not a great reaction this morning. Market opens, and man, look at the volume that just came in. Well, last 15-minute, the previous 15-minute candle. Look at that volume that came in, and it's got a lot of room. You know, I mean, in theory, it's got room to the 17 level. I'm not saying it's getting there. No, Bernie, that's why I'm here. Okay, don't worry about or asking me questions. That's why I'm here. Well, okay. First, what you should do, in my opinion, is to take a look at the 20 lessons. Number one, and it shows you how to create an alert window. Okay. It shows you exactly how you create an alert window. One of the lessons. Okay, what is an alert window and creating an alert window? Okay, that's what you're looking for. Now, so all you have to do then is you say you want to scan for your preferences. Well, you know, you have to set up your price range, maybe minimum volume, things like that, just like I've done here. You know, I can't tell you what your preferences are, of course, only you know, but pretty simple to do. You know, again, watch that. It's all text based, but you know, you have a price. You can put your price range in, your minimum volume, you know, a lot of other filters that you can use. So that's how you set up something for scans that you want to see. Okay, make sense? Okay, so CLOV is not showing up in the option scanner because even though huge, you know, it's a lot of volume, option contracts today 139,000, but it's 194% of normal. So in other words, it's almost 200%, and my minimum is 300%. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course, but in case anybody is wondering why isn't it showing up, and because I have a filter that says it must be at least 300%, three times normal. Yeah, I just used real as an example, Joe. Okay, this was just an example showing how you can put these. You know, that's all it was. I'm going to flatten it. It's only a nickel spread. It's not a huge spread, but okay. So Bernie, I popped the link in. Go to the well. I'll give you the link on its own. The 20 lessons. Okay. Go to the lesson about creating an alert. Because that's what you want to be. That's what you want to do. You want to be able to create an alert. It shows you how you create your alert. And I can't tell you what preferences you've got, but I'm assuming you want a certain price range and maybe a minimum volume, things like that. Okay, so watch that lesson on creating an alert window. Look at ALDX, guys. ALDX crawling off the bottom. I was watching this. I'm a little too late. Crawling off the bottom here. Again, I had a big day yesterday. Sold off somewhat. Silica, saw this one earlier. What did it do from there? So in case you're wondering what this don't repeat is all about, and it's the same thing here. I know it doesn't say don't repeat on these two, but it's in essence the same. So you'll notice here, the basic new highs and lows, this window right there, you see, notice how PBI and CLOV, clove, are repeating over and over again as they make new highs? Man. Okay, notice how that's repeating. What this window is showing you is the first time you got the alert. It shows you the price with all the, the filters had to be met, right? So this is the first time PBI was shown at 10:02, the time, and the price was $8.97. So this is why I like to have this, because I can kind of go back then and say, okay, what happened from there? And you notice there is a minute here. Okay, you notice that there is a blue arrow on the 15-minute chart right there. That's telling me that's the first time where the alert happened. This is on the 15-minute chart. Here's on the 5-minute chart. And if I backed up the 2-minute chart, I would see where it happened on the 2-minute chart. So that blue arrow is just telling me there was your alert. What did it do since then? Well, you can see unbelievable. Okay? Not unbelievable, but great. So this is going back in time, and you see there's your first alert. What did it do? MUDs. There's MUDs, a little more erratic, but did, from what, 1697, what did it get up to? Almost $1 higher. AHT. And again, these are ideas, right? These are not take the trade immediately. But you don't get so many that it's overwhelming. So you have time to analyze. That's why I keep saying you got to practice trading. Because some of you are looking, well, how do I know to take this trade or not take this trade? Well, look, some of these trades I have taken, all right, because I liked what I was seeing and all, and that just comes from some experience. But the other thing is, as I'm trying to explain things all day long, I cannot devote my time 100% to trading. So those IPOs have not launched yet. The solar one, what was it, FTCI or something like that, has not launched yet. How do you get the first alert to show on the chart? You mean, how do you get that blue arrow? It's just automatic. There's nothing for you to do. As long as you're clicking in an alert window, not a top list window, okay? So if it says A, every time you click on it, you'll see a blue arrow. There's nothing for you to do. It's not an option. Try it. You'll see a blue arrow. Because I don't think it's an option. Never used to be. Yeah, I don't think it's an option. So yeah, you just let me see. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't work from it doesn't work from a multi-strategy window. Oh, wait a minute. I have a blue arrow here. No, it seems to work from a multi-strategy window. I'm clicking on Deutsche Bank, multi-strategy window. I'm clicking on Deutsche Bank, and there is the blue arrow. There's the blue arrow on the 15. There's the blue arrow on the 5. So it does work. If you go back in time, maybe if you're clicking on the most recent alert, it might take a while for it to show up. Maybe the 15-minute candle has to close or something. Something like that, which makes sense. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's on the web-based version. If you don't see it, then it isn't. Okay? I don't use the web-based version, so... All right, guys, I do want to pop in the YouTube link. Okay, if you guys want to head over to YouTube, I really encourage you to go over there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break, because Michael is a absolute our expert on using Brokerage Plus, E-Trade, IB. Okay, you want to ask him questions about automating strategies, things like that. You know, all the things I don't do. Okay. Yeah, there's no answer to that question, Rosina. I mean, everybody is different. I don't use a lot of indicators, so, you know, there's no answer to that question, really. You know, some people will swear by certain indicators, other people will swear by other indicators. You know, I'm not a big indicator guy. The only indicators I really have, and I really can't pay that much attention to them because I'm not, you know, I'm not concentrating on trading that as much. But, you know, I've got an 8 EMA orange line and a 20 SMA blue line on all my time frames. And then the indicator that I absolutely, you know, look at, aware of, is the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. So, I mean, if I had to say one indicator that virtually everybody uses, it'd be the, you know, the 200-day moving average. It's almost universally known and followed and tracked. But yeah, Bollinger Bands, I mean, you know, but I can't tell you. Some people swear by MACD, some people swear by RSI, some people, there's no such thing as the best. Has it launched? Are you sure? The reason I say that is that I've just put FTCI. I mean, I know there's no data, but it's also not loading into Interactive Brokers. Normally, if it's an IPO today, it'll load into the order entry, even if it hasn't traded yet. So, oh, that's what you're saying. I'm sorry, Sandy. You did say that. I thought you were saying TI doesn't recognize it. Um, okay, so verification. Yeah, Michael will be in the YouTube room. Well, let's take a look at FTCI just to see if there's something crazy going on. They may have yanked it. Is that possible? Anything's possible. And it says today still. I haven't seen that it is not. Who's behind it? Yeah, I mean some pretty big guys. So it's not like it's an obscure. Yeah, you got Barclays, Bank of America, Credit Suisse, bunch of co-managers. So I mean, there are some named behind it, name companies behind it. So I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. Has to be a reason. And Joe Dagger in the our YouTube room is saying it's not on CMAG either. So got to be some reason. Well, you don't have to. When you say you mean only if you want to. Like Sam, understand you don't have to use this Brokerage Plus to trade using Trade Ideas. I mean, if you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. But it's certainly not mandatory. So I don't know how to answer that question. You know, should you open a new account in Interactive Brokers? I mean, I guess only if you want to use this window to trade. Well, only if you want to use this window. You don't have to though, okay? Understand, you can keep using Thinkorswim. You can link Thinkorswim to Trade Ideas so that when you click on a symbol, it loads into your Thinkorswim platform and then you trade from within your Thinkorswim platform. So again, if you want to use this to trade, then you need an IB or E-Trade account, yes. Probably one of the best days I've seen with the AI. So does that make sense? Yeah. So JM, you can head over to the YouTube room. Michael will be there, and he might even be there now. Yeah, I think he's going to be there in a couple of minutes. So you can go over there and you can ask him that very question. Okay? Or anything else. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, listen, you get an alert. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You know, you get an alert. You can take a look, and again, you can link with your TOS so that when you click on the symbol, it'll load into your platform. You don't have to use this to trade. Okay, you don't have to. I mean, there's no you know
Okay, everyone. Sorry for the abrupt change over there. It looks like I kicked Barry out again. I can hear myself, so that's positive. So let's just making sure I hide all the new cool stuff on the horizon from you guys, and I'll be showing my screen in just a second. Okay, and then if I hit this button, you should be able to see my screen. Let's see if that switches over good. All right, that's coming through well as well. So, just to get the rant out of the way, if you guys are new to kind of the switch over that occurred here, we at Trade Ideas, we're basically giving Barry a little bit of time off, and we go through and, we like to chat about support mainly, right? Any questions you have about the product, any questions you have about trading in general. If you're stuck somewhere, we do that. Anytime that you're not asking a question, I'm just going to be rambling on about the market. So please ask questions as they come. Again, I'm kind of the math nerd around here with when it comes to things like the AI and optimized scanners and stuff like that is mainly what I like to focus on myself, but I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, so I should be able to help out with anything you got on the go there. So I see one question already. Do you have any large cap scanners you'd like to scare? Really, getting difficult to catch the right movers. Now that's one of those things that it's gonna go. I'm gonna ask you what your trading plan is, right? Your written and tested trading plan, because you can't just find a large cap scanner. It's got to be a scanner that has some sort of a setup or some sort of a hey, I look for this stock for this reason. I want this thing to move to this price level. I want it to move to this moving average, stuff like that. So when it comes to just scanners focusing on large cap, I don't focus just on large cap. I like to just focus on price, right? As a CMT, chartered market technician, right? They nailed it into my head for years. Everything else just noise. Just look at price. But yeah, I need to know more about what it is you'd be after, other than just the cap of the stock, right? Question: I just got the test drive in May. I would like to know more how I can use Trade Ideas with Thinkorswim, or should I open an interactive broker's account? So, if you're looking to trade through the system, then you'll have to. No need for the double spam there. I'm gonna remove that one. If you're looking to trade through the system, currently it's E-Trade and Interactive Brokers only. You can set up the system so that I don't have Thinkorswim installed, but I'll do it with TrendSpider real quick, where, say you have another broker or, trading system or something that you like and you want to link to it, we can go through and do that with Trade or Thinkorswim, kind of the same way we can with. Take a look at this here, kind of the same way we can with this, where I will just go open up the external linking box. So essentially what will happen is you'll be able to click on a Oh, come on. You'll be able to click on a symbol within trade ideas, and then you'll be able to have that. Let's just do this one then, if it's going to be a jerk. So if I do this and then I do that, right? So you can kind of set it up like this, where if you see, if I click on a symbol within trade ideas, you can see that it populated in the chart here, and it just switched that chart over for me. So we have that kind of functionality with Thinkorswim, but for auto trading, you're going to need an interactive brokers type account, or E-Trade, I guess. Is the stop price found between the sell and buy buttons an actual stop? Yeah, if you, so for example, if I wanted to put out, I don't have a stop out. This is again a simulated account that I really only log into when I show you guys. But say I wanted to put the stop price, I've got 400 shares of Apple, and I wanted to put a stop price at 31.15. What I would do is I would leave price as market if I want it to be like a stop market. If I wanted to use a stop limit, I would put whatever limit price I want there. And then for the stop, what I say, I'll just put it at 31 bucks or 131. Sorry. And then if I click sell, then the stop will go out there. So that's how you put out a stop manually. Another way you can do it is if you have the position already, and the way you got into the position didn't have an associated stop order with it already, you can just right click and just click add stop order. And then I can just type the price in here and click add. I have to do this every now and then. It's glitchy with Mac OS. But yeah, and then I put in the stop that way. So you can do that as well. Would I illustrate the AI real quick is the next question. Sure, it's right here. What's happening on the back end, just so you know, is that we've built like 100 strategies. The AI goes through and refines and updates and changes those strategies based off what it thinks is happening in the market. So of the 70 strategies, maybe, what we get today, maybe 5 or 10 strategies are actually performing okay in this market. So the ones that aren't performing well in this market, it hides, and the ones that are performing well, it auto optimizes and then presents to you. And this is kind of what you'll see here when you're on your test drive, where as the trades come through, you can see for IVNR or AVIR, man, I really messed that up, right? It will say, okay, here's what we think the entry price should be. When you click on that, it says, all right, here's your stop loss. Here's the profit target in the red and green line. And then you can either trade this by right clicking and say, hey, I'm going to trade the way I want to trade through here. Or if you have it set up auto, you can run auto as well. Again, we always, okay, let's just remove some of these. Yeah, so that's basically how you would do that. It presents it all kind of nice and clear for you, right? Here's the different profit. The only other thing you kind of have to know is the difference between this conservative, moderate, and aggressive modes, where conservative mode, basically we have some trailing stop algorithms built into the AI, and the trade sometimes has a prof target. Okay. Joe, can you just stop spamming tickers over and over again? I'm going to put you in timeout for a little bit there, bud. You're just spamming the tickers. Yeah, and then the profit, it has a stop target, right? So if you're in moderate mode assumes you take the trade. So for example, this VNEL, that you took the trade, you put out the stop loss, and you're just going to let it go for the day. You're going to let it work kind of as you see fit. Aggressive means no stop. You're just kind of delete everything and just let it go. That's not, I don't recommend that, right? It's one of those things that we have the number for people who want to be crazy like that, but I certainly wouldn't recommend taking a trade without a stop loss. So again, conservative is trailing stop plus profit target. Moderate is just stop loss. And then that's kind of how that works as well. If inflow is larger than outflow, how can price go down? No one knows exactly what's an inflow and what's an outflow ever. You can estimate, but it's always going to be an estimate unless you ask everybody what's going on, right? Why did you place this trade? Is this a cover, or is this a hedge, or is this an all-out purchase? Is what's going on with that buy, which of course nobody's ever going to answer. You have really no way of knowing. Hey, Jamie says, remember from the GSP days? I still sneaky go into the GSP room every now and then just to see what they're doing. I don't say anything and I'm under the covers, but as you can see, I'm still trading, more of a swing trader than I was back in those days. Still like those guys. I hope they do well. So again, questions are great as time goes on. Ask as much so I don't need to ramble. There we go. Is there any lessons on how to illustrate more about the AI and how to use the AI? Yeah, what I'll do is, so if you're looking to get, I like your proactive, I want to learn before I get access to the product, I would highly recommend this playlist. I'm just posting right here. I'm logged in as Stats Edge Trading, which is my own YouTube channel and all that. It's a Trade Ideas University, we call it, that Jamie, Steve, and Andy did all of that kind of work there as well. And they basically, it's split into 4 lessons. So 101 is your very basics, difference between an alert window and a top list and these type of things. And as you go on, it gets more and more complex. It goes into the AI and auto trading and all of that as well. So if you're trying to learn before the test drive starts, that's a great one. There's 4-hour-long lessons there. So I think when you're done that, you'll get up to speed really, really well on how to use the product. And then again, we understand it's a complex product. We are working to make things simpler and to build more pre-built scans and things like that. But just take your time with it, right? Be patient. Say, okay, I know this is... For me, right, again, I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, and there's probably still things in here I don't really fully understand how they work because there is so much. So make sure you're focusing in on what it is that you're gonna focus on. Yeah, they are a great group there. Jamie, HVT. It's a rocket. Nothing really for me there. Just too overdone. Can you explain how to set an auto trade strategy? Sure. So that will always start with something that you have kind of an idea behind. Let me just grab something real quick. Let's do... go to alert window. That's what I was looking for. So this is probably going to look really bad, but that's fine. But let's say we just buy, I ran this and it wasn't an awful strategy. It was actually a really good one. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to trade this really good strategy for me. First thing you do is you just go in, you save it in the cloud. Save it with the back test results that you like the best, because when you load it up, you're going to load it up as it's going to save all those back test results. So for example, if I go through and then I just click in the strategies tab and I click load from cloud and I find what it is that I'm looking for there, Then what it will do is it will create a scan like this, where it puts in all of the scan criteria for you. It puts, what it is that you're looking for. Basically, everything involved with that back test will already be in there for you, including entry time, risk management, and hold time. That will all be included in there with you. And then all you need to do is then decide some pretty basic things. So the first one is going to be what account you want to send it to. You have to go through and pick that in the new beta. There's no default account anymore, so you have to just go through and pick that. You can see I've got it in the sim right here. You can say, okay, well, I want to stop sending after so many orders, or do I, so that you're, say you got $100,000 account and all of a sudden 1,000 trades come through and you're in all these positions. Right, all of these different kind of criteria, what time you want to enter and exit. Again, that should be pulled from your back test as well. Then it's going to be how do you want to trade it, right? So do you want to put a fixed number of dollars? I want to trade 10,000 per position. I want to put fixed shares. I want to trade 100 shares, or I want to base my risk off stop loss. So for this example, we'll say like 500. What it's going to do is it's going to calculate your expected entry price, and it's going to calculate where your stop loss is, and it's going to say, okay, if they get filled here and they get stopped out at their stop price, plus or minus slippage, the way the market works, we're going to buy as many shares so he'll lose roughly $500. Risk management, again, just check that this carried over, and then whatever hold time, and away you go. Joe, I get it, ATOS. That's the 5th time you put that ticker in there, Joe. Just final warning. If you want to say, hey, look at this for this reason, that's fine. But if you're just going to spam tickers, we're not going to let that. So that's basically how you set up an auto trading strategy. Note that each morning you have to go in, you have to enable it. It will disable on its own every time you reset the software, but make sure you go about and do that each morning after you're connected to your broker and all of that. Now, if you want to set up kind of a right-click order entry so that, I can right-click this and I can say, hey, buy it and put the stop at yesterday's low, and you'll see it should in a second here buy that, and then it put the stop in yesterday's low. If you want to set up something like that, that's kind of like a partial order entry type of a thing, you do the same thing, but instead of loading it from the cloud, you'll just create a new trading strategy. And then what it will do is it will have all of the same details that I just showed you, just they'll all be blank, and then you customize them the way you want based off your particular trading style. And that would be more something that you're planning on entering yourself, kind of thing. And there's not a whole lot going on. I'm gonna look at my Spotify, Microsoft. Not a bunch going on. Brian, so don't pay much attention to it. Yeah, the order flow thing. I wouldn't. Again, no one knows why someone's placing a trade. You can see how many trades have gone on. You can see whether those trades have hit the bid or the ask. But other than that, that's all there is to it, right? Everything else is hidden. No professional trader, no hedge fund, no prop firm ever displays their trading, right? It's all hidden with iceberg orders and dark pools and all this kind of. So no one there, the game for large institutions is to actively hide what you're doing, and the game for retail traders is to actively try to figure out kind of where we go from there. So it's a game of cat and mouse. So of course they're never going to display what they're doing in real time. They're just not gonna. Am I currently swinging commodities? Not directly, but let me see if some of my swing trading. I may have some commodity driven stocks. Again, I mostly trade equities. So what, I got a REIT in there. I got Smile Direct Club. I got Blink, Macy's. Yeah, nothing in really the commodity space, but they have picked up. Futures trading is something I want to get into. It's a little bit more squirrely up here in Canada, trying to find a broker that doesn't charge an arm and a leg for data and fills and that kind of stuff. So I trade right now just equities and cryptocurrencies. What is an example of a good trading strategy? Man, if only that was a question I could answer. A good trading strategy is one that you have worked very hard in creating a trading plan, you've writ the trading plan down, you've back tested it, you forward tested it. It's something that makes sense with your sensibilities and your time frame and your trading style and your account size and what you're allowed to trade, the hours you have to trade, right? So a good trading strategy for every single person is completely different, which is the point of trading, right? If I could just say, hey, pay me $200 a month for trade ideas and I'll feed you money forever, we all know that wouldn't work out. So what I deem as a good trading strategy may not be at all what you deem as good trading strategy. But again, the point of trade ideas is that once you discover what you think is a good trading strategy, we can help you find those stocks. It's recommended to learn how to read charts or just rely. Yes, you should always, again, if we never recommend just saying, hey, take this and don't learn anything on your own and do nothing and make money trading, right? It's a long journey and it's a fairly difficult one. What I will say is Trade Ideas was nice enough to help me build this free trading course that I'll post in the room here if you're interested. It's a 36 lesson trading course where me and my wife, when we were locked down last summer, when Canada kind of had its lockdown there, we sat through. She had never placed a trade or an investment or anything in her life, and we went through kind of from beginning to end. This is trading. This is what technical analysis is, stuff like that. So if you're looking to learn more, take it. But yeah, you should never just rely on a system without knowing. I think it was Jamie that made the best example I heard of this. It's like relying on a system without knowing how to trade is like buying a Tesla because you don't know how to drive, right? It's not recommended. You should learn to drive at the same time. And yeah, if you go, you're asking if there's any live webinars or recorded. We have live webinars all the time, and they all show up on this very YouTube channel the day after they're done. So in your opinion, there is value in viewing the level 2? No, I don't think there's value in viewing again, if you're hyper scalping, then yes. But, and again, this is from someone that when I started trading, we weren't allowed to use charts. They wanted us to learn the level 2. So when I started trading back in 2005, they sat you down in front of a computer with just a bunch of level 2 and time and sales on it. You weren't allowed to look at charts. Charts were deemed stupid, right? So you just trade based off the order flow. Then as the market got more computerized and people got more sophisticated, there's every hedge fund you're trading against is spending millions of dollars a year to hide their orders from the level 2 and from you being able to track. So again, no intelligent trader is going to put out maybe more than 10,000 shares just out into the market, right? They're going to use iceberg orders and dark pools and refreshing orders and spread cutting and all kinds of craziness that even we have access to, right? If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can put out iceberg orders if you're trading so big that you think you're getting stop hunted or something like that. So no, a level 2 might be good to look at and say, hey, this thing keeps bouncing off this level for the last 5 seconds. Maybe this is going to be the entry for me. But that entry is on top of your trading plan with whatever technicals or fundamentals or volume alerts or whatever it is that you're doing. But trading just off the level 2 is a really hard game when you're trading against computerized systems that react in milliseconds. And you're trading through a broker that's selling your order flow to those people that are reacting in milliseconds. Just my take, anyway. Oh, no worries. And again, that course that I put there, that's always free. That always will be free. So at any time you want to go and refresh on something, go check it out. Biased, of course, because it's me in the course, but I think it turned out pretty well. It's got another half hour. You guys got questions? We'll take a look at the strength alerts from this week. This is a new product that Trade Ideas just came out with. If you're not interested in the full service of Trade Ideas, but you just want some ideas given to you every week, this comes through. Let me just move the email over here. You get 5 ideas written by me from an algorithm that I created with rationale behind the trades and kind of the whole 9 yards here. So far, the only one I've taken from this is this BGFV. I got it on, I basically talked about how I liked this breakout of the triangle. So I put an order just above these wicks right here. So I think it was like 1775 or so I put an order in because it was gapping up that day, and that would seem a little too much. We got that pull into 1775, which is good. And so far, it's just basing around. That's the only one I've taken of this one so far. I'm still in 2 from 2 weeks ago. I actually just exited half that position right here. What's going on with BTX? I don't know what's going on with BTX. It was moving crazy and halted. What's this? Therapeutics. Well, you can kind of guess, right? With a therapeutic going like that, it usually just means that they found something. One of their things is doing well. Connecting the E-Trade for a while wasn't working. The new beta app allows trading on it. I tested it and it works. Is there a way you could test it as well? Yeah, I tested. I'm not on it right now, but I tested it a lot. The E-Trade beta. We've got 4 or 5 guys that are trading with E-Trade internally. They're trading it every day and it's working great. You said the slippage when using E-Trade is real. Again, we send the orders to within E-Trade of, I think, a few microseconds. We've actually timed it out. So then any slippage that's occurring above and beyond that is happening on the E-Trade side. It's just, again, E-Trade selling your order flow to Citadel, and then Citadel is giving you whatever price you want, or whatever price they want, more importantly. But yeah, I traded a whole bunch with E-Trade. It's working well. Some bugs to work out, which is why it's still in beta, but it's working great. It's E-Trade side. Yeah, E-Trade's API is, and if you've been following how long we've been trying to get the E-Trade beta out, it's, again, I don't want to talk a whole lot of smack, but it's really not on our side. It's E-Trade's API could use some work, and that's really why Thinkorswim isn't out yet, because Thinkorswim's API could use a lot of work. Like, it was not telling us that you got filled on stuff, all kinds of. We're trying to figure out workarounds, and I think most of the workarounds are going to be hosting more things on our side than theirs. But again, we're trying. We're trying for sure. I meant to say, okay. So you're looking. No, Trade Ideas doesn't work with Interactive Brokers Lite, and that's because Interactive Brokers Lite, they block API trading because they want money, basically. But yeah, so you can't, you need to have an IBKR Pro account just to have it accept API orders, because they just kind of block that and say no. Unfortunately, I wish they did. I'm an interactive brokers guy myself. One of the main reasons is that up here in Canada, our selection of brokers is not the best. I'm not going to lie. That's something you have us beat on. We don't have pattern day trader rules, stuff like that. But the XRT is looking interesting. It's just asked right, long base, nice breakout. Again, I just can't chase something that kind of went from 5 to nearly 10. But, if we base here for a while and then maybe made another move, maybe 26% short float, it's kind of interesting. You got earnings on May 18th, so that's a long way out of your way. Only 170 million shares in the float, under $1 billion market cap. So it's a little guy. But, looking okay, right? If you look at the weekly chart, you can see the support that's going on right here. And we popped out of that a bit. So for me anyway, right? Don't listen to me. I'm just some arsehole on the internet, but I'd want to see it base a bit and then take a break of that. I just can't chase something that's gone from $5 to nearly 10 in a couple days. So another question, if you have a short strategy that back tests well, are we able to connect it to IB simulated trading to assess its short and slippage? Yeah, for sure. So all you do is when you log on to IB in the morning, it has there's a toggle as you're logging on that says, do I want to connect to the paper side or do I want to connect to the live side? You'll say, I want to connect to the paper side. And then in the API settings, and let me get you the doc that will show you all this as well. But in the API settings, you'll have to change the port number from, I think it's like 76 to 75 or something like that. Again, it'll all be covered in this video here that I'm about to send you. And then, yeah, you can trade it from there. Now, I don't know if IB will let you short stuff that's hard to borrow in their sim. I don't know. It's one of those things you're right. On a short strategy, that's a hard one to deal with because, we can't program that in because everyone's going to have the same or a completely different trading style or a completely different broker that's going to have different shorts and all that kind of stuff, right? So we can do the best we can. Oh, I got a thanks from Islam and Real. Thanks. No problem at all. Looks like there's no finding on BTS. Must be the Wall Street bets crowd. Could be. Again, this is one of the reasons I just follow price. Right? You should see my office in here. There's not a TV to be found. There's not a news outlet to be found. If you guys follow me on Twitter, you notice that I don't tweet much during the day because I don't have it open. It's one of the main reasons I'm not in any chat rooms anymore. Not that there's anything wrong with that at all. It's actually kind of lonely. But, chat rooms are good to get ideas and stuff like that. And, Barry obviously does a great job helping support the product and everything too. But for myself, I am a pure price guy, pure price. So I shut out everything else. I put on my lo-fi hip hop, the chilled cow on YouTube, and just kind of zone out and do all my scanning and trading and everything there. And then I'll pop into a trading room and kind of see how everyone's doing. I like to get other people's opinions after I form my own, not before, kind of thing. Let's talk about pins. Yeah, a lot of support down here. It's fallen knife for sure. If you want to grab it, you can go right ahead. Wouldn't be my thing. Hey, shout out Chill Cow. I love it. It's just I don't have to think about music. It's just nice. I'm very much like I'm taking my pre-workout now, so I think it was somebody emailed me and said, "Hey, as you go on with these trade ideas trade ideas support things, you talk faster and faster." It's because I'm guzzling pre-workout, and then I'll be listening to incredibly angry movies or incredibly angry music, and then but while I'm trading, chilled cow's great, nice, calm, relaxing kind of a thing. Can I look at HVC Bollinger Band percentage on the 5? That's a question. Let me take a look at that, Sam. HVT Bollinger Band percentage, and you're looking at the 5 minutes. So let's just first pop the Bollinger Bands on here. A bunch of new indicators on the way, guys, too. I built one that I think is pretty cool. So you're looking at the Bollinger Band at 1052. So up here. So yeah, well, I don't know if, again, trying to figure out this math is something I have to sit down with a whole spreadsheet to figure out. But let's actually, I believe that Bollinger Band percentage includes both pre and post. Maybe not. Properties, show post. No, definitely doesn't. Show pre, show post. So, all right, 182% makes sense to me because the bands are really, really tight here and we're above it. 486% to me doesn't really seem to make too much sense, to be honest. I'll ping that over to the guys and see. So basically you're saying it displayed a 482% position in 5 minute Bollinger Band. That might have been a bit extreme. Unless it happened on this candle. If it happened on this candle, it kind of makes sense. Because it's probably looking at the Bollinger Band width right here, not the Bollinger Band width on that channel, and just saying that that's how it's deriving the width to do the calculation, which would have happened on this last 5 minute. So this one would have made sense if that's when it printed 486. This one would have made sense if that's when it printed 183, but if it's switched, then that wouldn't make any sense to me. How do I draw the support levels on the chart? Let's go back to pins where all those were in there. And again, this will be covered in those intro courses, but just up here, let's just do it on this one. Up here, we have our drawing tools. So this is a horizontal drawing tool, right? This is just a trend line drawing tool. You can put text if you just want to write a note to yourself on the chart. And here's our anchored VWAP as well. So all of these support lines you see here, I just drew in just by clicking and popping it down here, and then these things saved. So I just drew them all in kind of this area because it's, where these lows are, most recent lows. So there is a whole bunch of band of support here. It's, again, to each their own. I wouldn't be buying it down here. If I wanted to get involved, maybe sell a put or something, but it's just not my thing. I'm more of a breakout continuation type of guy. Again, one of those things. I will never talk badly about someone else's trading style, even if it's not mine, as long as they're making money with it and it's making sense and, not doing anything insane, right? If someone's saying, oh, well, every time the stock goes against me, I just buy more and then I sell when I'm up a few cents. Away we go. So what was that? HVT. Well, it definitely crossed the Bollinger Band here, and it definitely crossed the Bollinger Band here as well on the 5-minute chart. This stuff is a different type of VWAP indicators. Yeah, so VWAP, more or less, let's actually just remove these Bollinger Bands and the EMA, and we'll just pop on VWAP. VWAP is essentially the average price of a market participant over a length of time. So how it's calculated is it basically takes the volume of each trade, and then it takes whether or not that trade was, the size of the trade. So the size of the trade and the position of the trade. So for example, if say you had $1 stock and 100 shares of that $1 stock went off at $1 and then another 100 shares went off at $2, then your VWAP, your average price for the day, would be $1.50, right in the middle, right? So that's what this is doing in real time, is it's saying, okay, most of the average market participant in HVT today, the average market participant is down here at 44.48. So basically what it's doing is it's just averaging out all of the trades that occurred. If we add in volume, it will probably show us a little bit more as well, where you're going to see, right, most of the volume was done in this area. And then ever since then, it's not really done any volume at all. You're talking 2,000 shares, which again, Sam, this may be why things are a little bit off, because these low volume, anytime you see a gap between 5-minute candles like this, you know that you're in a pretty low volume, what GSP call it for the other GSP, either squinky, which I always love the term of stock, where it's, it's just not, no one's trading this thing, right? Anyway, the VWAP, the average price, is down in this area. So why is that significant? Well, the hedge funds, and I worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, they will go out to their traders and they'll say something to the effect of, hey, I need you to buy HVT today. But its average daily volume is like 50,000 shares, right? No one trades this thing. So you need to work in and out because, say you need to buy 200,000 shares of the stock. If you just hit the button, the stock's going to rocket 20% and you'll be fired. So you've got to work your way in. And what they'll do is they'll say the closer you get to VWAP or near you get to VWAP, then the better commission I'll give you. I will pay you more, the better price in comparison to VWAP you'll get. So, for example, that will cause sometimes, if the stock is coming down to VWAP, it will act as support because that's where traders, and by traders, they're just complex algorithms at this point, will place these trades. So that's VWAP. To be honest, it's the only indicator I use in intraday trading. Kind of the only one is VWAP, just because of how important it is. So then we also have anchored VWAP. So if, for example, I want it not only the VWAP of today, but I want it the VWAP of today and yesterday, I can click on this little anchor right here and then just click on the chart where I want it to start. And you can see, so the average market participant for HTV today is like 44.50. But if you include yesterday's trading as well, it's 42.91. And that's the same thing you can do on the daily chart. So let's look at pins, which, again, anytime I just say, man who's wondering about pins, anytime you're really into a single symbol, I always get out. It's just the way I work. But for example, if you wanted to say, hey, I want to know where does the average market participant exist from pins from the very bottom here during the pandemic crash, I can click on that. You can see it can draw a line out and say, hey, the average participant of this stock all the way back into here is at $47, right? So a long way down from here till it gets to where the average participant is. Another way that I've seen it used is from from gaps. Right? We had a big gap here. So from this gap on, where does the average participant live? And often you can find these things acting as support and resistance as time goes on. Right, you can see this one was support here, and then it was support again here, and then it was support again here, and it was support again here, and now we're under that now, so that might be bearish, and we may want to come down to this area, something like that. But it's basically telling you from an event, from wherever you anchor that VWAP, where does the average participant live, right? Hey, Void. Oh, do I have an in here? I posted this above, but I'll post it down here. This is just for you, Void. So I did this completely free intro to trading course, again, brought to you by Trade Ideas, with my wife from the bare minimum of trading. Like the first lesson is what is a stock, and we go through what is an equity. The last lesson is building your own trading plan using technical, statistical, fundamental, and quantitative investing. So, right, we go from 0 to a million. So check that out. One thing I will say is anytime I see the word bag holder, I get very defensive because you're not. Right? A bag holder is someone who didn't have a plan when they got into a trade, and that's got to be the first thing you have to correct. Right? You always have to have a plan as soon as you before you get into a trade. You need to have a game plan. Just absolutely must. To stay in this game, right? Each individual trade is irrelevant, right? And I'll try not to get too ranty here, but anytime someone is like really excited or concerned about this one symbol or this one trade or this one day or this 1 week or this 1 month, they're just, in my opinion, not having the mindset that you need to have as a trader, which is every time I look to place a trade, I'm in Smile Direct Club right now, and I'm loving it. So let's use this as an example. When I bought Smile Direct Club on a break of this triangle right down here, I wasn't I'm not super excited that I'm up here. It's a great trade. I'm up a bunch of money. I'm not really excited about it. I don't care because this trade is irrelevant. The next trade's irrelevant. The next trade's irrelevant. The 10 trades before, completely irrelevant. What is important as a trader is me asking myself, and I do this before every trade, if I do this 1,000 times, what will be the outcome? Because if you're trying to make a career of trading, you're trying to do this for a period of time, that's all that matters, right? If I do this same thing 1,000 times, what do I think the result will be? If the result is positive, then that's a trade you should take. If the result is negative, obviously not, right? And that's how you have to think of trading. And then the other thing is, of course, when I entered right here, my stop was immediately under this $10, and it was put out by the system for me. If the stock kind of popped up and then pulled back to $10, I'm out. And, I'm not one to say that I'm right all the time. I am wrong on at half my trades probably, between 50 and 60% win rate, right? So around half of my trades I'm going to be wrong on. But again, doesn't matter. Don't care. Right? In the long run, if I'm right on half my trades in Smile Direct Club, I bought in at 10, let's say 10.50, and I was going to get out under 10, so call it a 50-cent risk. Well, now I'm up $1 on it. So I'm up twice what I was going to risk. That's all I care about. 50-50 win rate, risk 1 to make 2, 3, 4, 5. You just know over the long run, things will be good for you. If you do it the other way around, just know over the long run, you're going to have a rough time. Thank you for the VWAP. Yeah, no problem. Volume type analysis is something I'm getting way, way more in. Not volume as in this volume histogram. Don't really care about the volume on the bottom. Just more, where that average market participant exists at. I seem to have an issue with selling. For example, HOV had me up $500 and I stayed put, and then it went to 200. Again, that trade doesn't matter, right? Did that trade match your trading plan perfectly? If yes, it was a good trade. If no, it was a bad trade. If you don't have a trading plan, stop trading, never place a trade again until, again, I would recommend that course that I posted above you until you build a trading plan. And it's that simple, right? So I don't look. I generally try to hide my P&L from my screen anyway, and I don't look to say, okay, I made money this week, therefore it was a good week. I always compare what I did versus what I should have done based off my trading plan. And if those things are good, then I will place a trade. Or sorry, I will count that as a win. I'll say it's good. You followed your trading plan. Right? Because trading is kind of random in nature. This is an extreme example that I use, but if I could, in theory, wake up tomorrow and I could smash my forehead as hard as I could on my keyboard and make 10 grand, right? It very easily could happen, right? I could smash my forehead on my keyboard and I could say, great, I entered a couple thousand shares of Apple and Apple spiked a few bucks and I got out and I made 10 grand. Look at me. Obviously doesn't mean it's a good idea, right? Not something I would recommend, but you could do it, right? And at the same time, I could do everything perfectly. I could do very careful analysis. Everything could meet my trading plan. I could be doing everything perfectly and I could lose money. That doesn't mean it was a bad trade. Right? So you always say, this is what trade I made. This is the trading plan that generated that trade. And away we go. Right? If you don't have a trading plan, I cannot be strong enough to say, if you don't have a trading plan, stop. Go to paper, start trading, build out that trading plan. Come back when you have a systematic approach. Again, I mentor traders one-on-one. I've talked to traders all the time. I have never heard a story of, hey, I was a trader. I had a trading plan. It had great risk management rules. I followed them religiously and I got killed. I've never heard that story. It's always, I didn't have a plan, or I didn't follow it, or I got too big, or something. Right? It's something outside of the plan that causes traders to get murdered. Plus, to be honest, just a better life, right? If you know what you're going to do every day before the market opens, it's so much more chill. I'm not guessing, right? I know what I'm going to do tonight to prepare for tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do the next day. It's boring, but it's just way calmer. It's way chiller. Question, can I use DAS with IB? So that's going to depend on your IB setup. So to connect to IB, to Interactive Brokers to trade, you need Trader Workstation, downloaded, open, and ready to go. So if you can open up Trader Workstation and DAS at the same time, yes. If not, no. So I would talk to IB and see if there's a way you can do that. For example, I have multiple Trader Workstation logins, and I'm paying for multiple data plans so that I can use both my phone or my iPad and the downloaded version at the same time. So you may have to pay for multiple plans, but they link to the same account, right? Thank you so much for the advice. Got to stop trading. Go through that course. No worries, man. And again, I am not an advisor. I am just some dude on the internet. Feel no obligation to listen to me, but away you go, right? DAS, no, DAS isn't a brokerage platform. The Yeah, so DAS is a platform, not a brokerage. So you can trade with prop with DAS, you can trade with IB with DAS, you can trade with a whole bunch of brokers with DAS, but we don't link to DAS. We link to the actual broker itself, if that makes sense. Robinhood, there is no linking because it's an iPhone app and a really dumb website. Webull, you can link in the way that if I were to say click on a symbol right here, it can populate the Webull chart level 2, things like that. We can also link with DAS, where if I click on a symbol, it can pop that symbol over to the DAS level 2 or order entry, and I can trade through it. But to trade directly through DAS, you can't, and trade directly through Webull, you can't. Webull is going to be Webull is going to be on the list for sure because they're up and coming and their platform's pretty good and things like this. Robinhood is not even on the list just because their platforms. It's simple, right? It's not an active trading platform kind of thing, right? It's good for, again, I have never used it because I'm Canadian. They don't like us, but we have Wealth Simple, which is the same type of deal, and I wouldn't recommend either for day trading. Thoughts on RAD? RAD. That is interesting. Add support on RAD. Very low volume down here. Just relative volume, half. Okay, short float. I'd need it to get going. I'd want to see it over this maybe $19. And if you're a support player, you could grab this and you could try. Oh, I hear the British man in my ears. Oh, I just took out half of my Smile Direct Club. Again, automated for me without me thinking about it. Jason. Yeah, Void, our Canadian brokers suck. Like, for you Americans, Thinkorswim is TD Ameritrade, which is a Canadian company. In America, it's free commissions. Up here, it's like $10 a trade, which is just absurd, right? So yeah, all you'll do to link, you'll have to play with what linking tool is. Under tools, there's an external linking option, and it'll bring up this box. Click add link. And then just follow the instructions here where you'll hold the shift key and then you'll go over to your level 2 window and you'll let it go. And it should say current window, DAS, blah, blah, blah. And then look to see which of these things work for you. I would try Blackwood, which I think used to be DAS, Descent, one of those things. But just you can try to link them just like that. If you go on our website under the Knowledge Center, let me see if I can grab this. We have external linking documentation for each one. We can see here what happens if I click on our support. Oops. DAS. Linking. Yeah, linking trade ideas to your platform. I think the generic link will work with that one, which means just hold shift and move it over and click your button and away you go. I think it's according to what it said there. How would I create an opening range breakout? Well, first, I would just go in and the alert window I would use would look for an opening range breakout. right? So whatever alert window would be opening range, right? So if I wanted to build something that's a 15-minute opening range breakout, I could just add that alert and go okay. Right, and this is going to be my little strategy that's looking for opening range breakouts. So I'll click on that. Right, so that would have triggered right here on this opening range. Then I would feed that into the system, just in the way I'll give you the intro brokerage plus thing there. If you're planning on broker and plush trading, you'll right click, and for a stop loss, if you want to put it the low of the day, just under stop loss, use above low, and away you go. So this will buy you as whatever opening range kind of thing you want, and then you can sell. You could also do it if you're trying to be proactive and you're trying to, do it a bit more yourself. Say Apple's trading and, the opening range, let's just do this. And let's say this is the opening range from Apple, and I want to buy if it gets above the opening range, and I want to put the stop below the opening range. I'll just right click and I'll put my button right there, and I have this set to above low, which is right here, right? Which is basically just this particular window that I have linked to it as well, where I just have risk management above low, right? And then I'm just clicking right above the opening range. And this is just a limit order that will get triggered if and when that occurs. Just be careful using stops to enter. IB is not great with those. But yeah, so that's basically an order that's being held. If it prints this price, it will get me in, and then I'll put the stop loss right here. And that would be another way to trade opening range. So those are two ways. Sam says, thanks for your time. Looking forward to the Saturday support session. Yeah, you guys can always, I got to change the YouTube over soon. It's still youtube.com/Bonpara. I do live streams on Saturdays, videos every day. You can check all those out there. Let's go. It's going to be time. Barry, give me a hook at some point. So I'm just pinging him right now. Again, thanks everyone for coming to these. We do an hour every single day. If you don't like me, then tomorrow there'll be a different trader, and the next day there'll be a different trader, and so on and so forth. If you want to hear more of me, then I am on Wednesdays every day. So questions about my live stream, they're going to be on Saturday. They're going to be on Saturday from now on. So it's just I'm taking Sundays off entirely. Can I get the recording for this webinar? It will actually be in the whole stream. We'll upload once Barry turns it off. And you can just kind of fast forward to this point, I think would be your best bet. I don't think they cut them up, unfortunately. All right, Barry's back and giving me the hook. Again, thank you all for coming out, and have a good rest of your day. Trade safe.
Double X, double I, resurrecting itself. Well, what a move. What a move. I sort of missed this all day. Didn't see this one. This, of course, was super, super active the last few days. Seemed to top out 2 days ago. Bit of a downturn. All to do with tobacco. Maybe stricter measures coming in with nicotine levels and menthol cigarettes. That's the industry they're in, I believe. So that is why this started. So this was, I think, 4 days ago or maybe last week, maybe right here, that information started hitting. There's the ATOS. Remember I said this is going to hit. You just had to take out the high ATOS. Now, the next high looking left is 254. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were right up here around 3. But let's take a look. ATOS. So Ija, I will rely on you to tell me if you can hear me in YouTube. Yeah, boom is right. My goodness. So this has to be Wall Street bets, all right? We're lucky we have no shorts. Okay, thank you, Ija. Might want to keep an eye on the trade of the week. You know, it's pulled all the way back now. Again, as I said yesterday, if you took that trade of the week the day of, I don't have a lot of, I mean, this is the sector it's in, the EV sector. You know, it's very choppy right now. There's no solid trend, in my opinion. But you had an opportunity. I'm not saying you could have got out right at the very high, but, going from 63 to 1620, I don't know, I would have taken some out. However, looks like it is really basing here now, just over 14. So it could have a little, depending what the rest of the sector, what are the other ones doing? Just checking to see what plug and well, look at plug. It actually had a move. So anyway, you might want to keep an eye on VLDR if it just can, lift off this 14 level. If it can, I mean, there's room to, maybe the 1450 mark. All right, so I have to put an alert here on the VLDR. VLDR is going to set an alert, price alert right about here. See if it takes out 1418 with some volume. I'm always on volume. It doesn't do it on volume, I don't care. But if it can take it out on volume, it may start to get into this area. It wouldn't be tremendous, but who knows? Maybe it can start to attack the high of yesterday if it can break through. All right, kind of like that. Did it do it on volume? Not really, not yet anyway. Well, a little bit of volume coming in on the 2, but nothing extraordinary. I want to see a big volume bar. I mean, again, the problem is if it pops but with no volume, what is going to sustain it? I completely miss this BTX. I mean, I saw the halts in the morning. Wow. So all the halts in the morning, right around 24. Didn't think much of it. And it's not a super low float, 35 million in the float. But by the end of the day, it will certainly have traded the float. Well, that's what we have. All I can do is check another source, I guess. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Internal email discussion. So let me just do a quick check. Okay, so they're showing that. Let me just check another. I mean, the problem with some of these is that you'll get all sorts of different information about the float. You go to, I always say it like this, go to 10 different websites. You get 10 different results. Yeah, for instance, yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I really haven't any idea. You go to FinViz and you see 1.48 million outstanding. They don't have a short. They don't have a shares. They don't have the float. But I mean, it just says 1.48 million outstanding. Yeah, Cam. So I don't know. It's a little frustrating. All right, guys. VLDR. It may be wiggling higher here. I just wish there was a little bit more volume. Imagine we got a little 15-minute volume bar like that. Not on the downside, not the selling bar, but a nice big blue one. So this is what Real is talking about right there. I guess that hammer right there and that 15-minute, or no, that one right there. Sorry, the most recent one. So I had a couple, though it did pop down below it. So the most recent one. All right. Somebody wants a little more food. Just a minute. All right, guys. I've actually taken this MLND right about here. I think at 113 I'm in. So I just want to see if that bottoming tail meant anything. It's a little choppy. I'm not going to waste too much time with it. I just want to see if it can get, into the 130s or so, high 120s. See if I can do that. If it can't, I'm out. So I'm talking about the MLND. Actually, it's a red bar ignored on the daily chart, even, I think. 104. Yeah, not 100%. That red candle the day before is not completely engulfed by that green candle the day before that, but it's close enough. Anyway, we'll see. It's got a low float, 16 million in the float. I'm not trying to tell you to take it, just could be interesting. Yeah, I had you as a test case here, real. I was just showing how you can take a trade and how you can get out, and I use you as an example. Yeah, some of those wacky university experiments when you're a starving student. We will inject something into you for $500, and hey, let's see what happens. Absolutely, real networks. In fact, there it is, RNWK. I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if it is the same, but yeah, it is the same. Digital media applications, etc. Yeah, it is. There it is, RNWK. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that was a music player of choice back in the day. Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can induce this upwards. I know what Real is going to say. It's above the channel. I know it is, but guys, I keep waiting on this VLDR just in case it gets some volume. But look, you see, look at the volume. I mean, it's still nothing. I mean, listen, it may move, but I just want some volume. Mavis for sure. I see this. I mean, I've got this thumbnailed. Had it thumbnailed all day. Had the great run, the pullback. Definitely a Wall Street bet stock. Actually had a little bit of news this morning, so it's not just all about them piling into it. Yeah, 2 p.m. I don't know what I don't, the stuff that we look at, unless you're trading Facebook or things like that, I don't think it'll have too much of it. But you're right, it is today, Dreamer. Okay, one moment, please. VXRT. Okay, let's take a look at VXRT. Um, Choppy. I mean, it's very choppy on the 15, choppy on the 2, choppy on the 5s. I don't get a, I just don't get a sense for it right now. And it hit. I mean, this was one I did trade yesterday. Got up to 951, 889 this morning. It's not as great as yesterday, but it's still trading pretty abnormally. It's 5.7 times normal. But you're right, it's not as, I mean, yesterday was extraordinary. How can you create your own watch list for just the stocks you want to follow? Here. Okay. I did a video to show you exactly how to do it. All right, guys. Well, I'm certainly not getting any new alerts, not for the last little while. Well, I'm looking at that coin doing absolutely nothing, just hanging around that $3 mark. The hype about coin when it came out. All right, so wow, look at this AFA. So what's Tilray doing? Tilray is merging or buying. So I'm sure Tilray is doing exactly the same thing. What is the index doing? What's MJ doing? So they're all doing this. I'm sure they're all, Real mentioned CGC before. I'm sure it is doing the same thing. Starting to pull back a little bit. Well, I still think this is interesting. FTCI still not available to trade at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm, wild about trading it, but just finding it very strange that other brokers have it. And IB, which is usually, excellent for something like that. Well, guys, obviously a very key area for this CCIV. Let's take a look at the high there. 24.96, 24.61, 24.47, 24.47, 24.33, 24.29. You see what's happening here. 24.24. So it's really got to get through 25. I think it's got to get through 25 to show any sort of Big move. You have to define every day, Mike. I'm just pulling your leg. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Not Saturdays and Sundays. So, yeah. Tell your friends. Just waiting on the VLDR, guys. Just in case it gets some volume and moves out of this area. But you see why I'm patient. I mean, there's no volume. There's no volume whatsoever. Well, the price is right, Mike. It's definitely right. All right, the Lending Club, LC. So it has earnings after hours today. The bets are being placed right now. LC has earnings after hours today. I think this was another, if I'm not mistaken, I think maybe the Wall Street boys got a hold of this one. I think. Oh, I have no faith. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I have no idea. That's why I'm waiting. I'm not trying to anticipate that it will. All I'm saying is I won't take the trade unless it has some volume. That's all. Yeah, I don't try to predict that. It's just that's why I just set a price alert, and if it happens, if I get the price alert, it doesn't mean I take the trade. Then I can, I get the price alert, look at the chart. Was there some volume? If I don't see volume, I won't take the trade, even if it keeps going. Oh, that's okay, Sam. Which one are you talking about, Ajit? Oh, LC, yes. Yeah, it has earnings after hours tomorrow. I'm sorry. It has earnings after hours today. Today's the 28th. So that's what I was saying. The bets are kind of being placed right now. That somebody or some think has earnings after hours. Could be good. I don't do that. Yeah, I just can't get too excited about this PLX. What's the high right there? The high is 364, so it's a little bit above the high of the pre-market, but I just can't get too excited about it. I know it's trying to come back. A little bit of volume came in, but it didn't pop it. Yeah, it is an awesome platform. Oh my goodness. You know what? I did not see that. When I was just talking about it, and then it took off. Gurr is right. I mean, listen, guys. I mean, 2 seconds ago it was still here, and then look at the volume that came in. So imagine, and it just got halted. Yes. Imagine if Imagine a VLDR gets some volume like that. Now, listen, they're not linked, of course. All I'm saying is though, is that PLX was sitting here for a long time, right in this area. Look at the volume. Volume, nothing, nothing, nothing. The big volume bar at the very beginning, that's that first 15-minute bar. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So even though it was trying to move, it didn't until you got that volume. I mean, it's almost the only indicator I need is just, give me volume, give me shelter, and give me volume. And one of the filters that we have is a volume filter. So for instance, you want to see a move with volume. So right here, say volume, 1 minute volume percent. You put something like, 1,000%. That's comparing the volume, the previous 1 minute candles. It has to be 1,000%. In other words, really extraordinary volume coming in, kind of like this. This is on the 15. Obviously it would have shown up here on the 5, the 2, the 15. Yeah, EVRI is continuing. I know Real said this is a potential push for the end of the day. Lifetime high. I mean, so there's no resistance. It could go anywhere. You did say that about the PLX. Yeah, so the complete response letter, okay, CRL, okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see where this goes now on the resumption. So if this is a 129, 134, so if this is a 5-minute halt, this is one of the scans I'm sharing, the halts resume. So if it's a 5-minute halt, get this price here. If it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 3 seconds after 134. So in about 1 minute from now, if this is a 5-minute halt. So just before, I'll bring it up and just see the, it's setting up. I don't see, in fact, I see nothing. And what they're doing is they're providing an update now on that complete response letter. So that's why it was halted. Right here. Again, where I got that's Interactive Brokers. So now let's see if this is a 5-minute halt. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So it just resumed. And a little bit of a pop. Actually, a pretty darn good pop. So it got all the way up to 440. It's pulled back to 418 now. All right, guys, VLRD. I have to keep looking at it. I don't want to miss it in case we get some volume. All right, guys, there goes the EVRI. Again, always making a new high. There's no resistance for this. What a run it's been on for the last 3 days. No resistance. Why? Because it's a lifetime high. So where it goes, no, we don't have second charts. No, just lowest is 1 minute. If you want, if you want charts that have, you'd have to have another charting program. I don't even know if IB has second charts. I really don't know. If IB, okay. So you can always link. I mean, you can have, you can link your charts with IB, of course. Or link, so, when you click on an alert, it'll load your IB chart if you want. I've just never, ever, ever thought about having a second chart. Meanwhile, VNE continues down, guys. You think? I'm just worried about the volume or lack of. Come on, MLND. You know what? All I want is 25 cents. When I say 25 cents, I'm talking 125. Put a little alert a little bit above it. See if I can induce it. Well, not that way. See if I can induce it a little higher. So do you call me barrier because I'm a barrier to your trading, Grumpy? Because I know, first time I saw you do it, I thought, okay, typo, typo, typo. After the 1000th time, though, I realized that's what you want to call me. Oh, we got history. So you thought you'd be a copycat, okay. What is the other IPO today? And it has not. Oh, that's the only one. So FTCI was the only one today. We have one, two, three, four tomorrow, and then two more on Friday. Hmm. You read the news about GSX, real? Pretty. I find it highly amusing. It doesn't look great for MVIS right now. Looks like it is. Trend is down right now. Actually, it looks like a cross. 15 minute on the 15-minute chart. It looks like the 8 EMA is trying to cross down below the 20 SMA. Well, yeah, Goldman put a $60 price target on it today. I know. It was a major short target, you're right, and it was also in that portfolio, so kind of the double whammy. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm trying to rearrange. Something is really weird on my strategy trades all. It does not want to save the columns. All right, a little jump. A little jump. Come on. Give me 2 more cents or so. Yeah, I can see your comments for sure, Grumpy. Is Trade Ideas charting good for intraday trading? Well, I use it for intraday trading. Good is kind of a subjective. I find it fine. I mean, we've got, down to a 1 minute time frame, so I don't use any other, excuse me, I do not use any other charting program. So when you say delayed, so this is, I know it's going to sound crazy. I haven't had to explain this for a while. There's no delay. When you click on an alert, you have a real-time alert. Okay, so there's the price. That's real time. Now, if you kept it on this chart right here, it'll take about 8 seconds to refresh. All right, now it might sound crazy. Well, then how can I use it for intraday trading? I thought the same thing. When they first introduced charts, I don't know, 4 years ago, I thought, well, that's crazy. I can't use a chart that's going to refresh every 8 seconds if I want to stare at it. So I put I think I was using eSignal in those days. I put my eSignal charts right beside the Trade Ideas charts. I probably ran it for 2 weeks to see if there was a major difference. And after 2 weeks, I said, you know what? It doesn't matter. It matters not. Because typically what I'm doing, I'm looking at so I load a chart, that's a real-time data. Now I'm into my brokerage platform, or if I was using Brokerage Plus, I'm looking at the bid ask. I'm trying to figure out, okay, do I want to get in? Do I want to get out? So it's not that I'm staring at this chart right now, okay? And by the time I would glance back, it would have changed. So I really didn't find that it was a big deal at all. If I had found that it was a big deal, I wouldn't be using them, even though I work for Trade Ideas. I don't know. I don't invest in IPOs, Siri. Question was, when you track IPOs, do you invest in them and under what circumstances? No, I don't invest in IPOs. All I do on the day of an IPO, I will sometimes trade it. And I have a pretty specific rule. I can't do it with FTCI because it doesn't load into Interactive Brokers. But what I'd be doing now is I'd be putting an alert. Looks like this will be a 2-hour high. If at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, if it would take that out, there's a possibility I would take the trade. Okay, little enthusiasm taking out the 2-hour high. Other than that, no, I don't invest in IPOs. Yeah, about every 8 seconds, yes. All right, so yeah, 2 p.m. FOMC. I don't think it's going to affect anything that we're watching, but now there is some talk of getting a little more, maybe a little more tick by tick. But again, I'll be, blunt. I mean, it just hasn't. I did test it for 2 solid weeks because I thought that's crazy, but it honestly made no difference, not to my style of trading anyway. And I am an intraday trader. Well, you can always get you can always get level 2 from your broker if you want. I have I'll tell you right now, most of us at Trade Ideas do not believe in level 2, and there will be people in the room that will say the same thing. I think there are too many games played, bids and ask yanked. I I think in the old days they might have been valuable, but I just don't find any value in them now. That is not to say that if you or anybody else finds that they can use level 2 their advantage or your advantage, great. Great. And so that's not, I would never say, therefore, because I don't do it, therefore you shouldn't. But I used to. I used to watch it. And then, I just found that it just made no difference whatsoever. Just another thing to complicate trading. Nah, it won't happen, Ajit. It just won't happen. And listen, I mean, you can get your level 2 from your broker. I mean, I don't know what, and it's cheap. So you can get your level 2 from your broker. I mean, I use this as time and sales. I do see I do see it over here, but I don't pay any attention to it. I just use this for time and sales. Obviously, I want to see the bid and the ask. I also want to see how quickly a stock is trading. That's all. If it's really moving fast, Jason, absolutely. But the thing about it is that when I see a stock popping, I'm not staring at the chart anymore. Not this chart. Now I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the bid ask. I'm looking at the time and sales. I've identified a pattern from where it popped because it's a real time alert, and then I make up my mind. So it's not that I'm having to stare at this chart right now. Hey, listen, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff about reading the tape, etc. I just don't think, I mean, there's too many, my personal opinion, just too many games being played. So, I would drive myself nuts, I think, if I were, just another thing to try to pay attention to. So, anyway, yeah, to be honest, I don't know, I always want to be honest, Cam. I mean, this is more of interest. The reason being that I probably don't have to pay that much attention to time and sales either, because everything I'm looking at usually is trading abnormally. So it's not like I'm really. I use this, of course, for the bid ask, of course, but it's usually trading. Because the stuff that we're looking at is usually abnormal volume, good volatility, etc. Every now and then, though, I will glance and say, this hasn't traded for a minute. So if I didn't have that, as long as I had, a reliable bid and ask, that's all I would really care about. If they said that's all you can have, I'd say, okay. All right, guys, I am going to, what time is it? 1:53. I'll be back for the FOMC just for fun. I usually like to put the SPY chart up just to see what happens. Okay. Give me about 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, if you want any insight to how I trade, this to me is classic. Now, listen, VLDR could come right back. I'm not saying it's not going to come right back, but you know, there were a couple of times where I may have been tempted to take this VLDR. I know I'm not. This has nothing to do with real. I mean, I understand what he was talking about, but I was bound and determined not to do it unless there was some volume popping it through. It never happened, even though a couple of times, you know, the price alert did trigger, but there was no volume. Now, I don't know what's going to happen from here. Maybe it comes right back up. It's possible, of course. But that's how I trade. You know, I will not take the trade unless it sets up the way I want, especially on the volume. Keeps me out of, you know, you can nickel and dime yourself to death sometimes by, you know, taking a position and then getting whipped out, taking it, whipped out. All right, so what I'll do is I will put I'm going to put the 1 minute SPY chart up here. I'll uncheck the symbol linking and I'll put the SPY up here. All right, let's see what's happening. You know what, it's not, Mike, it's not so much the volume, it's relative to what happened before. So it's not like a volume amount like 20,000 or 25,000. It's what happened before. So if I don't see a candle that's standing out, then I don't care. You know what does that make sense? So it's not the absolute volume, it's in relation to, you know, the previous volume candles. So I can set my price alert. You know, and if I get the alert, it pops up on my screen, and then I can check and see, okay, was that good volume that it happened on? What is my accuracy rate on what? Apex. What on what? All right, 2 o'clock, guys. So there's the SPY. There's the first. Now, it usually takes about 5 minutes or so before you see the actual direction. So right now, there's, you know, I mean, ahead of time it was starting to drift down, but right now, no big. There you go. Okay, so there's a little pop. But it usually takes about 5 minutes before you see the actual direction. You can see a pop, you can see a drop, you can see a pop. Yeah, I don't look at it in terms of a win-loss accuracy rate. You know, you can make money being 50% wrong, as long as you know you're 50% the ones you're right. You've either let them run or you've had good risk reward, reward to risk reward. Okay, so accuracy rate is see what's happening with the SPY. Sorry, look what's happening with the SPY. Up down. Still not quite the direction. And I'll be honest, Apex, I don't really know. Well, it's the minutes, you know, FOMC. Well, I don't know if it's the minutes. It's just the FOMC. Keep the rates unchanged. Maintains the $120 billion monthly buying ban. So Zach is posting what the highlights are. So when you talk about the terminology, are you talking about the definitions of our alerts and filters? Oh, okay, yeah. So just click, all you have to do is click on an alert window, configure, search, and it'll start off with new high. Click on the new high, click on help, et voila. Okay, and here they are, all of them. Okay? Okay, so now we're getting a bit more direction with the spy, obviously. You know, it's still another less than 2 minutes. You can always turn around. But it looks like the spy is settling in. That's a great looking 15-minute candle right there. Wiping almost all of this out. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll get my time frame back, check the symbol linking. I don't think there's anything more to watch. All right, so the VLDR is starting to come back a little bit. But again, look at the volume. Putrid. It's putrid. Well, I have to be pretty picky on my trades, Apex, because I cannot concentrate on trading that much. So, you know, I try to be as picky as I can. You know, I don't want to be, I can't trade like a demon. You know, 20, 30 trades a day. Not that I ever would anyway. Wow, this RHA, I know you guys, some of you guys were watching this one. Man, what a run. And this is shortable too. Low, 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 low float. Look at that float, 1.5 million in the float. And this still has some room. I mean, I remember these days. Look at the volume. I mean, the volume isn't great. I mean, look at that volume bar compared to that volume bar, compared to that one, or even that one. Now, it could be picking up. You know, I'm sure it is picking up. But can it sustain that volume? I would say no, Gordon. Do you? Okay, I've had trade ideas since 2010. Do you think I've looked at every definition? And just in case you don't know, the answer is no. So many. I mean, we have a lot of alerts, a lot of filters because we have all sorts of different styles of trading with our customers. So that's why we have them. But there's so many there that I couldn't. I didn't even never even looked at. So you can, if you want, you can spend, but you don't have to learn them all. I suppose, Bernd. Yeah, you might hit on a nugget that said, I never thought about trying that. I suppose there is some value. Yeah, so here's the problem I have with G&W. I know it's showing up on my option scanner, but the next high looking left isn't that far away. If that weren't there and you had a shot to get up to the 480 level, all over it. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, 210. Look at the SPY now, guys. It just, it still really hasn't settled in. I mean, remember that was a big green candle all the way up here, and now there's a bit a sell-off. I am noticing some jumps, some jumps in the Bitcoin stocks, or the crypto stocks, I guess I'll call them. I'm looking at Riot. I'm looking at Mara. They're kind of popping for some reason. Isn't this interesting? So we thought that the direction had been set. Remember I said, it usually takes about 5 minutes. Took a little longer even. I mean, that looked, remember now, that was there was two big green candles in a row. One big one on the 5, one big one on the 15, and now there's a bit of a sell-off. I mean, it's not a huge sell-off or anything, but it is kind of interesting. All right, this LCI popping up on Real Scan, this looks kind of shortable. I mean, look at all the resistance, just, a little over 5. And some volume came into EVRI. So this is what I'm talking about. Look at this volume bar right there. Look, the last few, I don't know how long we have to go back to 1258. So what are we now, 214? So I mean, just look at the comparison. So it's not the absolute volume, but I mean, look at the comparison. All those 2-minute candles, the 5-minute. Even the 15. Well, no, because it's only got a minute to close, less than a minute, so it's not going to be that much more than these ones. But you can just sort of see on the 2-minute anyway, a big jump in volume. All right, beaten up stock, FSN. Look at the last 2 days before today, and even today it looked like it was going to keep falling. FSM starting to come back a bit. Give me a moment, please. I'm just scrolling. Jamie Lee, are you still in the room, in the YouTube room? Keep an eye on this LCI, guys. I mean, we have some topping tail, big topping tail there. Struggling to get through 5. Looks like there's a lot of resistance here. Here, meaning around the 5 mark. This could turn into a bit of a short. And if it did, I mean, my expectations, it's not too much because, I mean, it looks like you could get some support around 477. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not enough. So Jamie, you made a reference to another trading room. I noticed. How I know it's a very different one because I know you said you remember Michael from there. How is this different? Because I've never been in that room before. First of all, I know that was a paid room, number one, so I know that's a huge difference. But how else is it different? If you don't mind. LCI. Look at ALDX, guys. ALDX looks like it wants to sort of break out a little bit here. I mean, on the 2 minute, you're extended, but a little more calm on the 15. This is, yeah, 1438 is the highs in the pre-market. Again, this is a high flyer, of course, yesterday. Yes, it was real. Oh, okay. Hello, Danica. Well, really, certainly it's plastered all over the internet, so I thought you must have been doing something right. Boy, this ALDX, I mean, literally, a little base right here, a little bit of a base right here, and then again, a pop through. Imagine if we got some volume. Because remember, this got up to whatever, 15, almost $16 yesterday before it pulled back, all the way down to 13 this morning, and now trying to crawl back somewhat. Ah, okay, Jamie. Okay. My patience is dwindling with MLND. But I never get out of a trade if I even if I'm up only 2 cents. I won't get out of the trade just in case it has some crazy action. I would never forgive myself. You should come over into the other room also, Jamie. When I say the other room, there's a lot more activity in the what I call the main trading room. I don't know if you've been in there, but you're in it. PMA, you're in it. Well, see, Jamie, there's this room. This is what I call the main trading room. A lot more lot more action, a lot more conversation. Okay, this is the main trading room. I mean, it's the same. It's same in that you guys they see my screen, they hear me just like you do in the YouTube room. There's just more action, more traders in there. Well, this ALDX, it's still kind of hanging in this area. Okay, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts. They're just sort of, everything's kind of stalled. Another cannabis play, VFF. So the cannabis stocks are definitely a little bit more active today. Look at MJ. I mean, I still think it still has a ways to go, but little red bar ignored on the daily chart for MJ. Well, it's just another trading room wishful. It's got nothing to do with your layout. It's got zero to do with your layout. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. There's just more action, that's all, in what I call the main trading room, that's all. YouTube's fine. I mean, if you just, it's a little more low key, that's all. If you just want to hear me and watch and see my screen, not a lot of interaction. There's Cron. Look at Cron. So definitely the marijuana stocks, the cannabis plays are alive and kicking today. A lot will look like this, a little red bar action the day before. This is the link. Okay, I just popped the link in. Give me a moment here. I seem to have lost my sound alerts. I want to make sure I haven't. Okay. Okay, Jamie. So I would not have both open because there is a delay, I think audio delay. Okay, so you'll get confused, I think, if you try to listen both. So, just stay in this room then. I mean, just stay in here because, you don't have to worry about that then. All right, well, things have definitely kind of slowed down. Again, I'm not getting any new alerts. Haven't seen that one for a while. Man, that was a mover. That was a real mover. And, you take a look. Well, let's see if I can do it. I'm going to take off the symbol linking. I'm going to put MJ right here. I'm going to turn it into a weekly chart just to show you what I'm talking about. 1102. So this is what a lot of the cannabis plays were doing right here. Look at what this was doing. It was just racing higher. Now, this is the high right there also, but this was really trading on its own, versus all of the other cannabis plays. There you are. Hello, Jamie. All right, so Kern was a big mover in the pre-market, all the way up to $5 or so, 509 in the pre-market. Market opens, nothing. A little bit of a base, a little bit of a pop here again on some volume. Some pop on some volume. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, you just see it. Just see it. I mean, your eyes, you don't need a lot of indicators. I mean, you just see the volume right there. All right, guys, we're getting close. This is my long day, as I always say. Wednesday is my long day because I do participate in the Q&A at 5 o'clock, help out. So I think what I'll do right now, just first of all, put the general announcement in, closing the room at 3 p.m. so people know that. You can start at, you can ask me questions all day long, of course, but now's an even better time. And one last time to go through some of the information I think could be some might like to hear. Test drive. Okay, so the test drive, what is it? Click on the link and you'll find out. So for $8.99, you'll have access to the full premium service for up to 2 weeks, up to 10 trading days. And I say up to 10 trading days because it starts on the 10th and it ends on the 21st. If you can't take advantage of all those days, then you'll get a portion thereof, okay? I want to make sure people understand that because we do get some complaints later. Well, I started on the 12th. How come I don't get my 10 days from the 12th? Okay, this is when it is. Number one. Number two, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out, this is what it gave you today. It was an awesome day, quite frankly, for the AI today. But you want to try us out for those 2 weeks, you can do so for the $8.99. We only do this probably now, I would say, twice a year. We used to do it 4 times a year, but the last one was in November. I doubt if we're going to do it 4 times a year. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. What I would also do, if you're going to do it, is to take a look at the 20 lessons. This will give you a good overview of all the basic things that we have to offer. Here we go. So the 20 lessons, and again, it goes over, creating alert windows, top list windows, what the AI Holly is all about. So if you're going to take the test drive, one of the things is that you'll have access to the program a couple of hours after the market closes on the Friday before. So that'll be May the 7th. So that means you can play around with the program Friday night, Saturday and Sunday. Take a look at those, the basic features, so that when it starts Monday morning, you'll have at least an idea rather than coming in completely and utterly lost. Okay? The other thing, just want to emphasize this also. When the test drive is over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. When it's over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe or anything like that. We do not put you into a subscription. There will be a promo code, of course, once it's over, which will fire out to you. If you want to take out a subscription, great. But we do not put you into a subscription. Okay? The commonly asked question. So that's the test drive. Is there a section for swing trade recommendations? We do have a chat. This is a question from our YouTube room. So let me just move this off for a second. So one of the channels, new, if you click on new and then channel bar, and one of the channels is, where is it? Swing Ideas, something like that. Swing Ideas, right there, right in the middle. Okay? So that is a channel devoted to swing ideas, okay? However, I will say this is that you can take any one of the alerts that you see here. You can take the alerts that you get from the AI, and I'm not a big swing trader, but if a stock closes well and it has a lot of room to keep running, you could say, okay, I'm going to swing this one. All right. I mean, to me, it's almost that simple. Swing trading is just swing trading, day trading, 2-day trading. Those are just terms. It's how you feel about. I just don't feel great about holding a lot of things overnight. That's all. That's just the mindset I've got. But there's a lot of money, obviously, to be made in swing trading if you pick the right ones. So again, if a stock closes well, maybe near the highs of the day, and you look at a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart, and it's got a ton of room to keep moving, hey, why not? What is the promo code after the test drive? It'll be a minimum of 20%, more than likely 25%. There is a lot of information on my homepage. So my recommendation would be to save my link. I can copy it. There we go. Yeah, Jamie, no matter what, okay, first of all, well, okay, let me go to my homepage. If you click on my homepage link right there, or go to the tab, homepage, and you click on it, there is the link right there. So I'm saying you can save the link, lots of information here. So when you ask any plan, yes, I mean, there it is, get trade ideas. There's the promo if you want to take out, if you want to take out a subscription right now. So an annual, however, just so you know, the monthly subscription, the discount, no matter, if you have a promo on now or using my discount code, it's only good for the first month. Okay, so obviously if you take an annual subscription, it's good for the entire year. You take out a monthly subscription, that discount, no matter what it is, be it 15, 20, 25, it's only good for the first month. However, if let's just say you took out you decided, well, I'm still not sure. And by the way, if you're not sure about this program, do not take out an annual subscription. Because it's not refundable after 5 days. So do not take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with a standard. And let's just say you took my promo code at 15%. If you wanted to upgrade at any time after 30 days, we'll honor that 15%. Okay? If we have a promo of 20 or 25%, if you upgrade within 30 days, say you decided, yeah, I really love it. I've tried the monthly out. I want to take an annual. We'll honor the promo code if you do it within 30 days. Okay? So let me just keep going from my home page. Where are you? Here we are. So again, trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, free. Of course, I do my stock of the day video, free. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. You click here. Here's the layout. What you see, that's the layout that I'm sharing. Individual scans. So a lot of you will have your own layout. You don't necessarily want my layout, but you might want to take a look at these individual scans and see what they're all about. These 4 scans here, gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market actives up and down. These 4, what I use in the pre-market. Okay, so a lot of information here. And then the big education section. The 20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here, even if you don't attend them live. If you sign up, you will be emailed the recordings of them. Okay, so they're Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, this is the one I attend today. I help out. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, and I helped them out. Not on the mic, thank goodness. I need a break. Educational videos right here. And back to basics. If you are new to trading, I think this is a phenomenal little series. 36 quick videos, starting off with what is a stock. Okay, so if you're brand new to trading, so one of the questions we used to get a lot, you're like, well, I don't know how to trade. This is not going to teach you how to trade, but it gives you an introduction, at least, to what is support resistance, what are trends, fundamentals, what is a stock, okay? Chart reading, candlesticks. You have to have a basis, and this I think is a good one. And then trading ebooks that we created. So that's why I'm saying if you save my link, lots of information here. You can always look at it later on at your leisure. No, this is it. Tiago, this is it. I only use Trade Ideas. And I use my broker. I don't use my broker's charts or anything. Obviously, I use my broker just to trade. Okay, now we're getting the direction again with the SPY. Now we're getting a big, solid green candle right there in that 5 minute, the 15-minute chart. No, only if you upgrade. Okay, so I think your question is, so let's just say you use our premium service for a month, you don't want it, you want to downgrade, and you've taken advantage of a 20 or 25% promo code. If you downgrade to standard, no, you won't get 20 or 25% the next month, no. But if you went the reverse, from standard to premium on a monthly basis, yes. Oh, Dan's going to be happy camper with this Q&A. Those of you who don't know, he's a big proponent of this GameStop, GME. He's got a ton of shares. All right, guys, look at ALDX. Look at ALDX. It looks like it's finally trying to break out. Where's the volume, though? Where is the volume? Little bit of volume sneaking in here. Another 4 minutes for that candle to close. Who did what? Who did what value? Pavlo, I can't call you, or Pavlin, I can't call you value to downside. Okay, guys, am I allowed to tell you that I did take this a little short for LCI? Remember I was saying it may get down to the 477 level. That's where I was thinking. That's why I didn't want to talk about it too much because I didn't think it had that much room. So I always say it pays for an extra topping on the pizza. Now look at this. Look at this big SPY candle here. So the Dow is still down, NAS is up, SPY is up. A little disconnect in the market. Not a huge one. We've seen way worse where the Dow's been up huge, and of course tech. Remember these days, guys? Remember it was all over for tech. That was it. No more investing in so-called the growth stocks. Remember this? It was just going to sink, 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 sink. Nope. Ooh, I guess the question is for what? Real. Yes, in that case, yes, day one. If you do it within 30 days, and even if you didn't do it within 30 days, we're pretty flexible. You want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we're pretty flexible, even if you don't do it within 30 days. I just want to make sure that people understand if you would take out an annual subscription, you got to make sure you want an annual subscription. You got to make sure it's a program for you. Not just talking to you, but to anybody who might be listening. I see so many times somebody takes out an annual subscription, and within a month they say, I want my money back. Well, that's first of all, we don't do that. I mean, it's pretty well clear. After 5 days, that's it. That's why take out a monthly subscription and see if you like it. You can go a few months. I mean, shouldn't be the end of the world. Go a few months, see if you like it. If you like it, then you can always upgrade. Now, real, you're in stocks only. Do I have to slap your wrists? I need real to berate real. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. My goodness, BTX. I know, Zach, you were looking for a big fall. Wow. So there's a 3-bar pullback on the 2-minute chart. I mean, that trend is still strong. Probably a darn good thing it didn't get. Yeah, look at this. And it's not an insanely low float. I mean, it's 35 million in the float, so I mean, it's not crazy low. It's not high, but it's not certainly not crazy low. Maybe I still I don't know if it's the Wall Street bets guys. I really don't know. But it's only got a short float that we have here anyway, 1.99%. So it's not like it's a high short, not like a lot of shorts involved here. What we don't know is we've had varying figures of what the float is. Yeah, it was a very good day for the AI. Very good day. I mean, these are these are all still positive. We had one stop out. Take a look at Galt. No, it's not Galt. That's Cult. Yeah, that's ugly. That's ugly, ugly, ugly. What a terrible looking 2 minute chart, 5 minute chart. Not very much volume. Where are they out of? Sweden. Oh, of course I should have known that. Well, volume, though, of course, will mean increasing prints, right? I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. So I look at relative volume. All my scans have a relative volume component. This one's got a pretty tough one. The relative volume is 4. Relative volume here is 3. So what that means is it has to be trading at least 3 times in this one, 3 times normal. But this is the option scanner, of course, so it's looking for things like 300% of normal. So it's looking for abnormal option activity, which can really lead to looking for stocks that are obviously trading abnormally. But the relative volume filter is a great filter. And that's why in this one it's 4. So I mean, that's why I don't get very many alerts all day long. I don't get very many. So it's not just volume. For instance, you look at Facebook today. Wow, 19.8 million shares have traded. Okay? Sounds like a lot of shares. It is a lot of shares, don't get me wrong. And actually, that's a bad example because trade is actually trading 1.5 times normal. All I'm saying is that just because something is trading a lot of volume, though, unless the relative volume is also, certainly more than 1, then it's really not trading abnormally. What's the current word for VXRT? Okay. The word is blah. Really nothing. I mean, look, moving around, not really doing anything. I mean, the volume is great, 47 million, 5 times normal. But at this point, I see, no reason to do anything with it. I mean, the answer is no. No Uxton shorts. At least not now. There may have been some earlier, but there are no Uxton shorts at Interactive Brokers right now. There may have been some earlier. I hadn't checked that one. Earnings play. At least earnings pre-market. No big reaction, but pretty good. And I saw it. I did see it. I just didn't think, obviously I did not think it would have this sort of reaction. I know, Ija, you've been all over it all day. I mean, that's a great, from 2 to 3, 50% move. I agree. The FSM, it was beaten up 2 days in a row badly, and it's trying to come back. But I always look at this. I don't know because I don't think silver. Let me just take a look at silver. Yeah, see, it's not like silver was down. So this was very specific to FSM. I don't know what the news was. I don't know why it did this. I'm sure there's a reason. But for all the reasons, they're still there. I don't see any. I don't see any news headline saying, you know what, all this was wrong and we're going to come back. I'm kind of kidding. So for all the reasons it did this, they're still probably in place. So until there's some kind of a catalyst, that says, okay, the end was the bottom was put in, and now we can start going up because of, and then you fill in the blanks. Oh, okay, so they had an acquisition, and so the existing shareholders did not like that acquisition. Okay. Okay, well that's valid, and maybe that the news has to get digested a little bit more. The company has to do a little bit of a sales job to say why it's good. Okay, Doug, we'll see you tomorrow. You know what? My AirPods just died on me, so that's probably a sign. I know it may be a little bit early. I know. Well, okay, I'll hang on. I don't have to hear. Just can't hear any alerts, but there's none really happening. Just a minute, please. I do know this. I could not do this all day long without music being piped into my ears. Man. So this is sort of interesting. The SLCA, it has earnings on the 30th before the market opens. Again, the bets are kind of being placed this week. A little bit of a rally here for SLCA. All right, guys, I might wrap it up now. Listen, I'll always stick around if there's some questions. So if you have any questions, just fire away. Speaking of MVIS, this doesn't look good. This was an attempt to regain past glories for MVIS. I mean, it got close, but that's a big sell-off. Be interesting to see this one tomorrow, because if it takes out 20 with any sort of force, I really think this could have a big drop. You asked me that a while ago, didn't you, Ori? I think I have it, but I just don't use it anymore. Let's just I'll do a quick check. I haven't used it in a long, 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 long time. Okay, let me see if I can find, if I still have it, let me see if I can find it for you, okay? All right, so you're looking for this inside day, stacked. You're talking about the stacked long inside day, stacked short inside day. Is that what you're talking about? Do you want it? Is that a yes? You do want it? Okay. Okay, I get it. Yes. All right. Um, so here's the formula. So that's the long, and then the short. Okay? You're welcome. When will the Flyers win the cup again? No, not anytime soon, I don't think. All right, guys, I think that's it. 2:59 or 2:15. Yeah, 2:59, and it's almost 3 o'clock. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, guys, well, thanks a lot for all the help today. We'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just got to do the copying here. All right, as I said, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. You too, Razak.